Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
This chair feels unusually warm today.
Interesting.
Whoa.
I was
You
pooping over there.
You pooped in the chair, didn't you?
Yeah.
Poop boy.
Grabbing my pants the whole show.
Oh, man.
Little squishy, John.
No, just warm. Just warm for now.
Yep. Now that you've noticed,
It's a very
it's-
warm seat.
The glass has been broken. John will notice it every time he sits down.
Oh, yeah.
Sad.
Oh, yeah.
YouTube user writes, John loved the interview with Kevin for the 25th. Josh loved the interview with
too.
Michael for the 25th. Thank you for your
I
service.
haven't listened to that one yet.
Oh,
I have listened to John and Kevin, though.
Nice.
Listened to it on my way to Lincoln on Saturday.
You were probably too busy talking about Dana Holgerson.
When it premiered today?
Yeah.
The news had not come down just yet. News had not come down.
I cannot do a radio show and listen to a radio show at the same
Hard to
time.
do that.
Yep.
Yes.
Very hard to do that.
Good for you, though, not to try even attempt it.
Just gotta,
Some might not have the self-control to do that.
you know your limits.
Yeah.
You know
That's
your
good.
limits.
Nice.
It is good.
That's all.
That's very good.
How was your guys' weekends?
It's okay.
Good.
John's all rammed up.
Oh,
Darn right.
yeah.
That's right. Big game tonight.
John versus Nick.
Squish
It
the
is.
fish.
Squish
Nick's
the
all
fit.
finned
They're
up.
But enough about your
mammals,
chair.
John.
Punch the nerd in the face. Come here, nerd. Come here.
Dolphins
Come here.
are
Let me break
mammals.
those glasses in your ugly face, you dumb nerd.
You have
Wait, you're the
glasses.
nerd coach. Nerd coach, nerd coach.
Yeah, but
no,
mine's
no,
a-
my coach is very handsome and is
Mine's-
married to a supermodel.
Yeah, but he's
Mike
a nerd.
McDaniel is handsome. He's a handsome guy.
Oh, but yeah, Mike McDaniel is handsome.
He's a handsome guy.
Yep. Come here, nerd. Come here. Let me punch you in the face, you geek. Hey. Oh, by the way, don't touch your quarterback in the head. It might explode.
That's true.
That is true.
Wow.
I can't fight that. It will
Wow.
shatter like glass.
There you go. Yeah, it's hate Dolphins Day.
Wow. I didn't realize anyone could hate the Dolphins that much.
Oh, I can hate anything.
Why
if I
do you
try
hate
hard
a
enough.
team that's bad? That's such a
He
waste
hates
of
the
Because
energy.
Cowboys.
they dare to be on the schedule with us.
Ah, the sun
That's
I
why.
can't see.
I cannot wait for Jerry Jones to
Live forever.
redacted.
What about the sun wears the moon is an amazing quote. Because even in context,
He
it's
always does
insane.
What
crap
about the
like that.
sun? Where's the
Because
moon?
he has this phrase where he talks about circumcising a mosquito.
What?
Yeah, he talks like a Southerner from the olden times.
Oh man.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
we don't have to do this.
He thinks it
You
looks
said it.
good on TV.
I didn't say it.
You just said they'd beat the Cowboys, and then that, made me think about the Cowboys.
I didn't say they beat the Cow. Who did
You
I
said
say?
something about the Cowboys while
Oh, John said he hates teams that are. Or Nick asked, "Why do you hate
There you
teams
go.
that are bad?" And I said he hates the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I get the Cowboys hate. The Dolphins haven't done anything to anybody.
that's true. They haven't won a Super Bowl in 49 years.
Exactly.
No, 51 years. 73, right? 51 years.
73.
Yeah.
They're bad. It shouldn't matter. You shouldn't care about it. We're insignificant. We're just
Well, then
little fish.
forfeit. Just forfeit, and then I can have a
Yeah,
peaceful
quit.
existence.
All the Dolphins want to
Forfeit.
do is swim in the ocean and absorb
Just forfeit.
straws.
If you forfeit, I will cease my dislike of the Dolphins tonight.
Nice.
If you
will
forfeit,
will you do this?
just give up.
Doesn't seem like a very good deal.
What do you mean? You wanted me to give up not liking the Dolphins? Well, this is how you do it.
It
Get
just
off my schedule.
seems
Get
like-
off my lawn.
Just seems like such a waste of energy. You have so much hate that could be channeled toward many other things. I know you do.
Yeah, and I choose the Dolphins tonight.
I like this.
Kill, kill, kill. Wow. Let's make tuna out of them.
That's not very Star Trek 4 of you.
I don't care. That's
Where they go back in time.
that's
to get
400
dolphins.
years in the future. I'll
whales.
worry about that then.
I just don't think
I'll let my ancestors worry about that.
I just don't think Mike McDee's that big of a nerd.
Oh, come on.
I think he's more dork than nerd.
He's
Poll
a lot of
question.
things.
Why do you think he's a nerd?
Because he wears glasses, John? You wear glasses.
No, I don't. You
Because
don't see any
he's-
glasses right now.
He
Four
wears glasses
eyes.
and he's a little lanky.
No, he's just really, really odd. He's just a really
definitely
odd dude.
He's odd.
Yeah.
You're an odd dude. We're all odd dudes.
Here we go.
Dudes are
This
odd.
is great.
Dudes are odd.
This is awesome.
Dudes are
Nick's
odd.
defense of Mike McD. Dudes are weird,
Yeah.
Dudes are weird.
But like he's got cool shoes and like,
he's got style.
He's got good style.
He's got style.
Yeah.
He does.
Great.
He does.
He's very authentic. You know what you're getting.
Yeah, he's authentic. Hey, Tua, come here so we can kick you in the head again.
It's authentic. He hates Tua.
He
I
does.
have a Jimmy Allen
I know your
conspiracy
dad
theory.
wants to beat on this. I'm just
Jimmy Allen conspiracy?
wow.
Does it sound like this?
I'm putting on my Jimmy Allen hat.
I'm just going to upload that video. I have.
So I think that
Jimmy, if you're listening, we're uploading a video from yesterday. It's very funny.
I think Tua wants to retire, but he didn't want to give up on the team in the season. So I think the Dolphins are intentionally tanking so they can
Okay,
get
Jimmy.
a first
Good
round
Lord.
Tua
quarterback.
clearly thinks that concussions are fake, and like,
Yes.
Yeah, do you know who his dad is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just let me
No.
make me feel
Nick,
better.
you love having
I
bad takes
guarantee
sometimes.
you right now they're trying to callous Tua's head. Hey, just keep beating on it. It'll get calloused, and then you won't get the concussions anymore.
it's good for you.
It's all good for you.
It's good for you. Anyway, the Cowboys.
Yeah.
How about that sun?
Thank God that the reason that they lost yesterday was not because of the sun. It's because they're a tire fire of an organization.
Why won't he put up curtains?
So I was listening to a very on brand for me. I was listening to a Cowboys pod this morning when I was walking Banks, and the hosts of it have covered the team. One of the guys has covered the team for like 15 years, right? So they've been around. And so someone threw out a theory. I think that he has now gotten to a point where he's so
trapped.
He's so stubborn about it
Yeah.
that he's not going to change.
Yeah,
And that's why
that's very healthy.
Yeah, that's why he did the.
We
That's
don't
why
see
he.
that happen every day, do we?
That's why he had the quote that he did about, like, oh, you want me to tear down the stadium?
Yeah.
No, that's not
at
what
all.
anybody said.
Not even a little bit.
Just get a tinter. Just bring in a tint
They
guy.
have curtains when somebody tweeted out a photo today when they have concerts there, when they have WWE there. They bring curtains to that exact windows.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't realize this until like a month ago, the last time this happened in a game, and it cost them a first down or whatever. When they built this stadium, it opened in 2009. The thought was that area to whatever direction that is, I can't remember.
South. It'd be south because that's where the sun is.
There was supposed to be like a development that was going to have buildings that were going to be tall enough that would cover.
I guess west,
So,
probably, right?
Yeah, the sun sets to the west. Yeah, so like this was not supposed to be a problem because there were supposed to be buildings that went in like within a few years, and then it just hasn't happened for whatever reason.
Oh,
Yeah, so yeah, but he could fix
but
it.
they
Could fix it. They could
do it right now.
They
if
have a
wanted
curtain.
to.
They have a big enough curtain. They've measured the drapes. They got it. They just got to put it there.
You just can't.
but now I think he is
so better, much better on TV.
It looks horrible on
Actually,
TV.
it looks terrible on TV.
It looks awful on
because
TV.
Good for the photos.
The contrasts are terrible. Because
White balance.
the ball moves from the dark shadow into the sunlight, and all of a sudden it's just like this.
It happens all the time in Nebraska because they're giant press box where they'll be focused on the shade side, and then the guys in the bright side they look like they're on the surface of the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the reverse.
Yeah.
If they're focused on the bright side, the
Yeah.
guys in the dark,
So
you can't see them.
He could change it now. I think so the thing that happened yesterday, he brought it up. He like the interview with Jerry was done. And he walked away, and then he turned around and had some quip about it. By the way, and they were like, "Oh, let's ask questions now." And so he brought it on himself.
Ouch.
I hate him so much, man. It's
He seems to have gone
senile.
further into his
Yeah,
senile.
Yeah.
this year.
I'd say he is ramped up. And now I think, you know what? Here's another take for you. I think he's keeping McCarthy around just because. I think he's punishing him for losing to the Packers by $1 billion last year.
Keep him alive
I
so
think-
you can kill him later.
Exactly. I think he is torturing the entire organization right now.
He's
because
saboing.
He's so mad.
He's saboing.
He said in the offseason, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go all in," and they have not gone all in. He is torturing everybody.
Cooper Rush is there. That guy sucks.
Dude, he is so garbage.
He's so
There
bad.
were some people 2 years ago that said maybe Cooper should
I
be
remember that. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I know. I worked with one of those guys.
That was crazy, John.
yeah.
Hey, it's your dumb franchise, man.
John
I'm
said
just
on
here
the
to
air,
watch the
I
world
think Cooper is
burn."
better than Dak. Like, get out of town, Dodge. I don't care. Get out of wherever.
Yeah,
Todd.
Dak was lighting the world on fire this year, wasn't he?
He is injured.
Yeah.
John.
Johnny's
Before, so he was injured the whole
Better
season?
than
He's definitely better than Cooper
Rush.
Rush.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now John is being contrarian, like Jerry Jones is being contrarian, just for the sake.
What about the moon?
just enjoying the
We know
tire
where the
fire.
sun is a year ahead of time.
What about the moon?
Just love that tire fire.
Oh my gosh.
I want to
It
hear
is
Jerry
good.
Jones go on to one of those NASA podcasts and just talk about space. and the sun.
I don't. Carson writes, are the Deion to Dallas rumors starting? They've already started.
Oh, yeah.
We're already here. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Ugh,
He'll do it.
brutal. Sucks.
Who do you think are the top 3 candidates to land in the
Deion.
Cowboys?
Jason Witten.
Bill Callahan.
Mr. Sanders and Prime.
I
Yeah.
honestly think Deion is probably near the top. I think Jason Witten is probably near the top.
Do you
Jason
Bill
Jarrett.
Belichick.
Bring him back.
You think Jarrah would hire
Jason
Deion?
Witten.
Of course he would. Yeah. Bill Belichick, I think, is near the top. Now, will Bill Belichick want to join the Cowboys? Probably not, but they're definitely going to kick the tires on him.
Absolutely.
I don't think they're going to go after any of the young hotshot, McVay.
Oh, actually good coaches?
Yeah, Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I would love for them to kick the tires on Ben Johnson. He has fun plays. He has guys go in motion sometimes. It's pretty neat. Hey, look, let's hand it off to a guy coming the other way.
Sark does that. Did you see Sark's cool play this week?
Sark does. No, I didn't see the cool Sark play.
No.
Sark did like
What
a
did they do?
quadruple option.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh, I didn't see this one.
Was it early in the game?
I'll show you.
Maybe after
I didn't
send
watch
it to
any
you.
of that game.
Maybe after Siggs
Yeah, I
wins
think
the
I just saw a
national
couple
championship, he'll just go to Dallas.
We'll go to Dallas. Coach Siggs.
Siggs. There you
Ooh,
go.
there you go.
He's ready for it.
Yeah, why not? I hope they draft Travis Hunter. That'd be fun.
They're going to get the number 1 pick.
It sucks. They have 3 wins right now, and they have the 11th best draft spot because there are a billion teams with 2 wins.
Ouch.
That said, their schedule, they got the Giants again, which they're going to lose to. And they have the Panthers. Otherwise, it's all playoff teams or playoff adjacent teams. So I don't even have to root for them to tank.
They'll
suck.
beat the Giants again. They always beat the Giants.
I don't think so, man. Not this year.
The Panthers beat the
They already beat
Giants.
him once.
Yeah, but Cooper Rush wasn't starting in that game.
Yeah, but Cooper's better than Dak.
My God, John. All right, Happer is
Watch
set.
this cool play.
Here's the cool play.
We gotta
All right, so
describe
guy in
the cool
motion.
play? Okay.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that was a lot of fakes.
Did you see all those fakes?
That
Yeah.
was fun.
Fake.
Did they score?
No, they scored the next play.
Oh, okay.
That's
'cause
pretty cool.
That was a nifty play. I like a lot of motion.
Hire Sark for Cowboys.
Sark is a good play designer, man. He's a really good play designer.
Maybe they
Much
should
like
hire-
Dana Holgerson.
Maybe they should hire him in Lincoln.
No, they already hired their offensive coordinator.
For 3 games.
And more.
Maybe.
And more.
Notice how Rule was very coy and saying, well,
No,
you
he
never
said
know.
he-
You never know what's going to happen
He said
next
he wants
year.
him back next year, though.
Yeah, I mean,
He said he wanted him back.
he'll be.
We'll see.
What does that mean?
We'll see.
Well, maybe he's gonna go to the Dallas and then coach the Cowboys.
There you go.
No, he's not going to go to Dallas.
Anything could happen, I suppose. Well, then there will be a Dallas opening, which will create an opening in Colorado.
Oh, there you
Somebody
go.
will have to be the Colorado coach next
Dana
year.
Forgot about
Holgerson
that.
coaching Colorado.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Oh, fun times. Fun times.
It is fun times.
This was awesome. Great news today. It was like it gave me a little pep in my step when this news came down earlier today. I was like, "Oh, that's awesome. That's something different that I wasn't expecting to talk about on the show."
Yeah.
Hmm.
Same. I kind of thought Rule was just going to.
You said it right. Nothing's going to happen in today's presser.
Yeah.
Coming up next on the Zone.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
They actually they had news that they sat on clearly,
Satterfield on.
and it didn't really leak out.
Yeah. How about the fact that Pete's tweets didn't have this news first?
Yeah.
How big of an upset is that Pete Thamel didn't tweet out this morning?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Loose lips sink shit.
Do you think it didn't leak because everybody knew?
No.
It's like he came in. It's like everyone.
No,
I know
everybody-
everyone was saying, "Oh, next season." But
Everybody would have had their stories ready.
was already-
Yeah, they
Here's
would've
why
been
it didn't
ready.
link because Matt Rule told everybody, if you tell anyone,
You're canned
I'm going to fire your ass.
and
Oh.
kill you.
Yeah, he did not want this out there. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if very few people within the program knew before he announced it.
I mean, how
Pro-
could they?
yeah.
The
Probably let the-
second they
Probably let
tell
the players know
the second they
beforehand, right?
tell anybody else, like,
Then
They're
it's
all
gone.
texting
It's out the
out.
door.
yeah. So yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, I think he told people, shut up.
Hmm.
Do not say a word. He doesn't like stuff leaking.
he's
He
not
is-
a leak boy.
He is not. Unless
he
it's
would have
Pete.
hated
not a
the
Chris Leak.
Titanic.
Hey, Pete. Tweet
Yeah.
this out.
Yeah.
Pete's
He would have
tweet.
hated
Do you think
the
we'll get a
Titanic.
good injury update from Mr. Pete Tweets on Friday?
About Dylan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet Pete has the news. He's starting or he's not starting.
Friday, Saturday morning.
Yeah, probably Saturday morning. He usually has the Nebraska goods on
I
Saturdays.
think we'll get the word on Tuesday or Thursday.
John is
When-
very
no.
contrarian.
No.
Yeah, he
When
is.
when Rule speaks on Thursday, I think that's when we'll know.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, we're not
disagree.
going to wait till Saturday to know.
Why?
They love keeping things close to the vest.
But I think
That's
I
what they
think
did with
they'll-
Tommy Hill. Tommy Hill, Pete's tweets had that a couple Saturdays ago. He tweeted out, "Hey, Tommy Hill's playing today."
I think we'll know on Thursday.
Okay.
put it on the list.
You don't think Raiola not playing is a little I feel like Raiola's a bigger name than Tommy Hill.
Yeah.
So they probably wouldn't hold off on that one
Why?
till Saturday
Why not?
because he's a bigger name.
What is it? But why? Who does he owe that news to?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm just saying he doesn't need to tell anybody.
Yeah.
It's their
No, he
news.
doesn't.
Competitive
He doesn't need-
advantage.
It's Nebraska's news to keep.
Like he talked about it today. He was like,
He didn't know.
I'm not going to
but-
tell you what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't think this is one of those things where, man, if we keep this from USC, it's going to really shock them when
No, of course
Heimer
not.
runs on the field.
I'm just
So
saying
I
he doesn't
think-
know
I think-
anybody
I
anything
think-
on Thursday.
I think in the interest of getting people to, he'll have an answer on Thursday. I mean, he said as much as if he practices tomorrow, we'll have a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
I'm
that
just gonna-
Rule's next information session
That's
isn't
right.
until Thursday.
And
My
no
guess is he'll say,
coordinators.
"Yeah, we're still waiting. We're still going through some things. We'll find out Saturday."
No coordinators because the media is too good at their jobs.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah. Did any players speak today?
I don't
No,
know.
no.
Was it just
They-
Rule?
no,
It'll
they
just
only-
be Rule twice this whole week.
Yeah.
Wow.
The players only speak on Tuesday and after games.
Oh, that's right. They do speak on Tuesday. For some reason, I thought they still spoke.
Are they still going to
Mondays.
have players available tomorrow?
No.
So
don't
it's
think
just
so.
Rule and then Rule.
Maybe that means more news that he's sitting on. He doesn't want it to get leaked by players.
Oh, what other news do you think, Nick?
I have no idea what
Mm.
That
secrets
this is
could be
all
withheld in the
just a
bowels of
dream, and
Memorial
Marcus
Stadium.
Satterfield will be calling plays after all.
Wow.
It's the old switcheroo.
Also, Happer, I very much appreciate you yelling at the listeners for a variety of things earlier today.
You're welcome.
But one in particular, the
Happy
whole.
to.
So how much is Satterfield getting paid now to be the tight ends coach?
My God,
People care about the dumbest crap.
Why?
The dumbest crap. Who cares?
So now you have a $1.4 million
Yes.
tight end
The
coach?
answer is yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So what?
Yeah, it's not your money.
Everybody always wants them to
Well-
spend all this money on a coaching staff.
And then they're finally doing it, and people are still mad about it. Cry me a river.
I mean, the answer is don't spend your money with them. If you don't like how they spend their money, don't give any of your
Wow,
money
you
to
are
them.
being a contrarian
that is-
today.
How is that not true?
You think that
No,
fans
how
whining?
is that not true?
No, it's not. That is true. But
There you go.
You think fans whining about how much Satterfield's getting paid to coach tight ends is relevant today?
You think
And
it's-
I didn't say it was relevant. All I'm saying is instead of complaining about it, just if you don't like how they spend their money, don't spend your money with them.
that's fine.
Here's
That-
my guess.
That's
A lot of the people in the YouTube chat are not spending the money that pays Marcus Satterfield.
They just like
they might
commenting.
not.
They just like complaining.
They might not. But
Michael,
if you are, don't spend it with them.
Michael texts into the show, didn't you have a Grum ball that Holgerson would be on the staff? I did. Thank you, Michael, for reminding me. There's another check in the Josh box.
11 months ago.
What does that have to do with anything,
If
John?
anything, that's a better argument.
Wow, thank you, Nick. It aged very well. I'll take it. Thank you, Nick.
I got you, Josh.
Thank you for your service.
It's everybody against John today.
It's because he's being crabby and not wearing his
Yeah,
glasses.
John. Creighton's undefeated.
Why do I deal with
Yeah,
this?
what? Yeah, Creighton.
Why
they're
do I
good.
deal with this?
What's
Why do
going
I
on,
deal with
John?
this stupidity?
The Rams are good. Creighton's good. That's all you need.
What does this have to do with anything?
You're so crabby. You're so crabby all the time. You're meanie.
And you're a dumbass.
Yeah. But that's not news.
I can always tell when John's in an actual mood because he'll say that. He calls one of us a dumbass, and I'm like, oh, crap, he is actually
But
in a
if
bad
the
mood.
truth hurts.
But if
It doesn't
So
hurt.
what?
I've been called a dumbass my whole life.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
my bit.
Yeah,
if I
Nick
had a
is a
football, I'd
dumbass.
throw it at your face right now.
Oh,
Mhm.
no.
Mhm.
Not people throwing stuff in this studio.
Don't Mr. Casey
Historical
me.
context.
Oh, that's a great reference to the 25th anniversary videos that are still available at YouTube.
People forget.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I listened on Spotify. Am I going to get fired for that?
No.
Okay.
Still gives us
What's
a
wrong with
download.
Spotify?
They're available.
I
They're
don't know.
available.
You tell people to listen on YouTube. The videos are
Oh.
good. I didn't listen to the video because I was driving.
Yeah.
well, yeah, you can't do that.
We don't want you to watch a video while you're driving.
That's
That's
good.
dangerous.
Bad.
That's good.
We put them in many places to be available to many people
Love
for
it.
many reasons.
YouTube user writes Grumpy John, just like Michael said in the 25th anniversary interview.
If the shoe fits.
If the shoe fits, that's what John just said to Nick.
If the
right.
grumpy shoe fits,
Mm. I do recommend the interview. It was a great time.
it's a good one.
I liked John's interview with Kevin.
Also a good
great
one.
time.
Very good.
Later this week, Schick.
Yep.
And then John and me.
Nick,
Nick. Oh, that's right. Schick and then Nick. And then
you and John are next week.
People
Next
forget
week.
about the Nick and Chicken Nick.
Yeah, my bad. I forgot about the Nick. That was a great conversation, too. I
Many
enjoyed all of them.
conversations.
Many conversations. Perhaps an extra conversation?
Perhaps.
Still trying to schedule
Perhaps.
an extra conversation.
Perhaps.
Still working on it.
Yep, we'll maybe have
I
one.
can assure you that It is being worked on.
We love work.
And that's all there you need to know.
Joe in Vegas writes, John is the voice, the reason of the Grum. I think he meant the voice of reason on the Grum.
Reason.
The problem is no one appreciates his genius.
Wait a minute. And what is he? In which way?
Yeah,
We need
what's
some
the
examples.
what's the genius that we're not appreciating?
I agree with John on many things.
The common sense.
Mm.
You don't like how Nebraska spends their money, don't spend your money with them.
That's fine. I agree.
Yeah,
with that.
good take.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Vote with your wallet.
I just ignore the people worried about the stupid salary.
That's not
Who
true. We've
cares?
made fun of them for years. Remember the people after the Akron game? Are they still going to pay Akron $800,000?
Well, that has nothing to do with the salary. But
Or what about that guy?
I mean,
who
of
was
course-
Same person.
who was that
Venn
guy
diagram.
on the message board who was deducting Matt Rule's salary based off of
No, that was
losses
someone
and
in our
stuff?
YouTube
That's a
chat.
Oh,
good
that was in
idea.
our YouTube chat?
Yeah.
$200,000 for every loss this year. Take it out of his paycheck.
I agree. Take them $200,000 away every time they lose.
Do whatever they want.
But you know, people,
and do
people
what with it?
enjoy. People they love to.
Donate to charity.
If someone's doing a bad job and they're making a lot of money doing a bad job, folks love to say they should take their money away.
They did. Remember Bruce Reed? Probably wish he had,
not just
probably
with
wish he had
coaches,
Bruce
with a lot of
Reed's
people.
salary again. Or just him. Bruce Reed's special teams was like 50th in the country.
does
And that was good.
does Ed Foley make more than Bruce Reed?
Probably.
Yikes.
If not, but you have to count all of Ed Foley's package, all the free food he gets from across the state.
Oh, man, he probably does get a lot of free food.
Oh,
$550,000 a year.
Oh,
Now, adjusted for inflation, I bet
$100 more
that's-
$1,000 for that much.
But I bet
worse?
adjusted for inflation, it's probably about the same amount of money.
Do you
Because Bruce
think
Reed
it's
was
really
making,
gone up that much in that short amount of time,
All
Josh.
right, inflation. I believe it has. Inflation calculator.
I mean, Biden is president.
That's what I'm saying.
just for a little bit longer. All right, let's see. 450.
walking on the beach. Yes.
450.
Oh, is that what that was?
I'd be nervous.
I kept seeing videos of this
Did you see
this person just
No.
stumbling across the beach, and I'm expecting
But
something to happen.
Does he have the
It's like, what is
stability to
this? I
walk
don't
on a
get this.
beach?
Not really.
That's what worries me.
It was so bad.
It was so weird.
President B, get out of there.
Yeah. Not good.
All right.
Come on.
$450,000 in November of 2016.
Uh-huh.
$587,000.
Wow, he makes less than
He
Bruce
makes
Reed.
less money than Bruce Reed. Take solace in that. But the free food, that's probably $37,000 worth of free food.
At least.
Oh,
So-
more than that.
There you go. Ed Foley makes basically the same
Actually,
amount
all
of
the
money.
various chicken cutlets at the small Nebraska restaurants only cost like $4 a piece.
I went to a small
So-
Nebraska
Yeah.
bar last year,
But
and I
there's a
was
lot of
stunned. It
them.
was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'll have a Busch Light, and they're like $2, and I was like, what?
Inflation
That's
did
cheap.
not reach
Yeah,
here.
That's awesome.
And
This
that's why he does it.
is so
exactly.
cheap.
Because that less money he gets for being bad at special teams stretches further.
That's true. If you
in
don't
small town Nebraska.
actually live in Omaha and Lincoln, you just travel around the state. It
Yeah.
actually ends up being cheaper.
Yeah.
The gas, so you got to spend the money on the gas. But
University pays for the gas.
Yep.
Take away his gas.
Dan wants to. That'd be great. You have to pay for your own gas. Dan wants to know, where is the Jason Peter interview for the 25th anniversary?
Great question.
Nick
It's a fantastic question.
and
We dedicated as much time to the Jason Peter era as he dedicated to us.
There it is.
perfect.
Yep.
Awesome.
I agree.
It was like 6 weeks.
And I'm not blaming Jason. I mean, he left because
Yeah, Neil talked about it in his 25th
Yeah.
interview interview.
I mean,
The NFL came for him.
the NFL came.
Gary
for him.
talked about it in his too,
Oh, did he?
a little bit.
So it happened.
Nice. Yeah, that's a wild time for Gary.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Hi,
it
Gary, you
was.
want to be on the zone? Sure. Hey, your co-host is leaving. Oh, okay.
Great.
Like 5 days later. Oh,
But
man.
that replacement came a lot faster
than any of the other
than
replacements
any
ever.
of the other replacements ever.
Yeah, it's
So-
either you or Damon as the fastest replacement of all time on the zone. Kevin was in the wilderness for 6 months. John was in the wilderness for basically the same amount of time. Wow. We really love not hiring people.
Interesting.
Thoughts, Connor?
Check out all the interviews. They're really good.
With more on the way.
More on the
With
way.
more
We love interviews.
on
And maybe
the
another
way.
one on the way
Maybe
after
another
that.
one.
1620thezone.com/25
25 years. Also pictures of Nick's beard at the same
Yeah, want to
URL.
see bearded Nick?
Oh, yeah. Have we updated the photo album yet? Do we put more in there? Do you want some more?
Do we get any of
I mean,
Josh
give me
in there?
more.
I sent some photos. Oh, yeah. Do we have any Odson photos yet?
He hasn't put any in. He
I
hasn't
sent you the
me
one
any.
of him sleeping.
I haven't put that in yet.
Wow. Unreal.
Oh,
It's such a great photo.
it is.
He looked so tired. He was. It's the cultural series.
Indeed, it was.
Indeed.
Sometimes you need to take a siesta.
does. Oh, man. Chance writes,
Uh-oh.
not hiring people? You got that right.
It was not about what I thought it was.
Yeah,
gonna be
I know,
about.
right? Yeah.
Uh,
Well, I mean,
Chance
there's
likes
two,
to zig.
there's
Yeah.
two general areas where Chance likes to tweet.
Uh-huh.
Yep,
3 if you want to count the Lions.
that's true.
Hey,
there
they
was a
won
lot of
last
Lions
night.
tweets last night.
Uh-huh.
There was.
Man, they seem pretty good.
That was a fun game to watch
was.
because it was so weird.
Many
Indeed it
mistakes,
was.
many interceptions, many bad throws.
When the Lions got the takeaway, they turned it over again like 2 plays later.
Immediately. Yeah.
All they could do was laugh. Joe in Vegas about the 25th anniversary interviews.
Okay.
You're not going to have an interview with that former idiot producer that was from Iowa. He was a jackass. I don't remember his name.
Wow.
No, we're not interviewing Nick. No, we're not interviewing. No, or the
Nice.
other guy.
I know the other guy.
Yeah.
He is
No.
in, he had a couple of he's in at least one of those pictures though.
What?
It's on the website.
On
Yeah.
the zone 1620thezone.com/25 years.
He's in at least one of those pictures.
Wow, that's
Can we
awesome.
just re-air his goodbye speech?
I would love to hear that.
On
Is that
that-
still in the system anywhere?
I don't know if it's in the system, but it has to be in the server.
That's what I'm saying. Is it?
Oh.
Does he still have a server?
He doesn't have a thing.
We
There's
never.
no way we've deleted anything.
The big issue with that is we don't use the same podcast host anymore because we could find it on there, but we
Yeah.
don't use that anymore. Man, I'd love to hear that.
We should have a mix of everyone's goodbye speeches.
Oh, that's awesome.
That would be fun.
I was planning on putting the entirety of Kevin's last show in the podcast feed.
I produced it that day.
Cool.
Man, I'm trying to
Did
find
Kevin
this.
cry?
I don't know. I haven't listened to it.
No, I don't think so.
Not a sad event for him.
It was very sad, but he didn't. He told a really cool story about buying a couch and how, wow, Nick, he was finally able to make enough money to buy himself and his wife a
Yeah,
couch.
Nick.
Okay. I'm
It
glad
was
he was
really,
able to buy a
it was
couch.
really sentimental for him.
I'm glad he bought a couch.
Yeah, unreal.
I just
Meanwhile, everyone in the studio laughed at the inappropriate thing Connor said before we went on.
If the shoe fits.
I only laugh because when I hear somebody say he told this really cool story and then follow it up with about a couch, it's kind of funny to me. I don't have the context. I'm glad he was able to get a couch.
Yeah.
But without context, that's really funny.
Indefensible, Nick. Indefensible.
I'm the worst.
Oh.
Okay. Well, is this over?
I think so.
All right, good to see you, Happer.
Great to see everybody.
Yep.
John, I see John every day now.
Yeah, every day.
Every day.
Oh, man. Yesterday. We took Saturday off.
Yeah, I didn't see John Saturday, but I was in your town. Lovely town. A lot of crime going on.
I
What
think
was
talking about
going on
Fremont.
Saturday.
The women's basketball.
He's
that's
remember he
right.
took
The
your
women's
job.
game. The women's game. I forgot the women played on Saturday.
The girls played.
I was
Somebody,
busy, I was busy watching football.
Somebody once told me, John, that you had a sort of, when you were the PA announcer for the women's
Mhm.
basketball team, that you had a sort of sultry PA
Oh.
voice.
I did.
I don't have any context for
What
that.
does sultry mean in the context of PA announcing?
No, I don't know. It wasn't really explained.
sounded like
No, not again.
No.
Connor's horny car.
Not again.
Reagan, get down.
Beringer fan writes, Jason Peters' time at 1620 may have been short, but it was epic. He never sugarcoated anything, and he didn't kiss anyone's ass. Do we kiss anyone's ass?
Many.
I don't think I kiss anyone's ass.
Nobody?
I don't think so.
Whose ass do you kiss the most?
I don't think anybody. John?
I don't know.
Okay.
What about like Eric Crouch?
I have no thoughts. I mean, he was a good quarterback. Is that kissing his
You
ass?
don't love him?
Is like a person? He's fine. Sorry, Eric.
Just trying to come up with somebody.
Nick, another question for the 25th.
Okay.
Dave writes, could you please include the time Michael got so pissed at Damon he walked out of the crossover?
If I can find it, I
Okay.
don't know where it would be.
Someone help us out with that.
What was that over?
I have no idea. I should ask Michael.
Those two had an explosive show.
Oh, yeah.
They were two personalities.
That should have been their promo.
Two
Yeah.
personalities.
It's two guys.
It's the odd couple.
One guy,
Yeah.
the other guy,
Uh-huh.
they had an opportunity to make a better open, and they made it worse. They somehow made a worse open than the first one.
Well, do you know what
For the new show?
Oh,
The
you're
Odd
talking
Couple.
about the Odd Couple
Yeah.
show. I was.
Who's on the new show now?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's still Rob Parker, but the other guy left.
Yeah.
I don't know who the new guy is.
Yeah.
I don't either.
All right, I guess I'll have to check that out.
You don't have to. It's okay.
Usually
the
I hear the
sports
start of that
schedule
show when
allows.
I'm in the bathroom before I leave the station, and I hear,
that bit's dead.
What?
Yeah, that bit's
Because
dead.
that's Chris Broussard.
That was Chris Broussard.
Yeah.
But that bit's dead. So now instead,
Rob Parker.
Rob Parker.
they have a new bit where it's like, yeah.
Not for me.
I think it's from Mars Attacks, but I'm not sure.
Star Wars Fiend says Chris Broussard left. It has gone way downhill.
Oh,
Oh no.
That's
Yeah.
not good.
We need to make sure that there is no that show doesn't air. So After Hours airs every night.
That's right.
true.
That needs
If the
to-
I
sports
agree.
schedule allows.
All right.
Okay.
Connor,
Bye,
have a
Happer.
great day.
Goodbye, guys.
That's your crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha. EverLevelConcrete.com. There's a new OC in town.
What?
But will it make a difference?
Mm.
Got plenty to discuss on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
The One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest Bowl just got a little more crazy.
Dude, what in the world's going on?
I'm glad I don't bet on these games.
Yeah, you and me both.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Well, I hope your weekend was productive, or at least relaxing.
Nice. Either or.
Or yeah, either or.
Or maybe relaxing was the productive part.
It could be. Relaxing can be productive.
Definitely, especially if you've been busy.
If you've been busy.
The brain needs a rest sometimes.
It
Yes,
does.
it does.
Indeed it does, Nick.
Indeed it does.
Indeed it does.
But now we start a new week. And it's a week, I really enjoyed having a Saturday where it was like, I don't need to have takes on Nebraska. I can just watch all of these other games.
Wow.
It made me realize something very scary.
What's that?
I could, on just Saturdays, I could live without Nebraska football. Just on Saturday.
But that's the day you need them the most.
No, that's that day you actually need them the least.
But if you just had them the other days, that means you would just talk about them and never watch them.
Oh no,
and
Friday night games.
And aren't they usually better when it's that way?
I mean, I guess so.
What about Friday night games,
John,
Josh?
that sounds like something. That sounds like something that someone says before they realize, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm leaving the industry.
No. I said just on Saturdays. Obviously, we need them the rest of the days of the week, or at least Monday through Friday.
Sure.
Right?
And Sundays for severe reaction.
We
Sure.
do need
if
that.
you have a show on Sunday, absolutely. That's why I said just on Saturday. Because it was enjoyable just to sit back, absorb what everyone else was doing, and you could watch whatever game you wanted. You didn't have to watch the Nebraska game, which some of them have been very not fun watching. I mean, UCLA wasn't that fun watching.
The UCLA game against Nebraska? No, that sucked. It was a bad time.
Ohio State was.
Ohio State was fun.
But Indiana was not.
No.
Rutgers was not.
Colorado.
People
The
thought that
second
one
half
was
of
fun.
Purdue. UTEP.
You and I, go Panthers.
No, I wouldn't say any part of the Purdue game was because it was Purdue.
Star Wars Fiend writes, I freaking knew it. John hates football. John hates Nebraska football.
No,
John only wants Creighton football back.
I loved the football this weekend. Well, I wouldn't say I loved it. There weren't all great games. I was kind of hoping that LSU might actually show up.
Other chance writes.
I was asking Brian Kelly to do something good, and we all know that wasn't going to happen. Am I right?
Other chance writes, John is becoming the full-on Husker hater. Went and burned the last few red articles of his clothing in his garage.
No. You're
Husker hater.
Sad Husker fan points out you don't have to watch the game.
Then how in the world am I going to comment on the game?
Didn't you do that one time? Wasn't there a game that you never watched? You never watched the Wisconsin game. It's like one of their best losses of the last decade. Didn't you miss that one?
Yeah.
So there you go. Maybe you just do that every week.
No, I don't recommend that.
It'd be difficult.
Yeah, I don't recommend it.
I watch every
I
game.
was just saying it was nice to sit and relax and watch football, watch other teams go at it. And it's more of a commentary on the current state of Nebraska football.
It's rough.
not an enjoyable thing to watch.
But maybe that
Even if you don't give a damn who wins or loses.
maybe that changed with today's news. Maybe they will now be worth a damn.
I don't know about that.
Interesting.
You don't hear the air raid siren there?
You seem not as intrigued by this move as I am. Judging by what limited mentions we've had of it so far.
It's intriguing in the big picture, but in the near picture, I mean, it's intriguing in its own way, but
Is it more intriguing than the end of the season would have been with Satterfield? Yes.
No,
What?
I don't think. Well, it is because it's mystery.
Yeah.
It's mystery, but sometimes mystery can be a bad thing. Time will tell. That There's two ways that this can go. You got a sputtering car. You got a sputtering car right now.
Oh, yeah.
Is this going to be
put winter gas
nitrous
in it.
oxide in a jalopy, or is this going to be a jump start to a dead battery? Because if you jump start a dead battery,
You can
then
go.
the alternator can keep the battery going and
Yeah.
keep the car going. It's only when you stop again where you got to re-jump it or just get a new battery. You put nitrous oxide into a clunker, it'll end up just blowing up the
Yeah,
engine.
it'll just explode.
Chance writes, would you rather have Sat or Holgo? That's what they're calling him. Holgo
Holgo.
calling plays the last 3 weeks.
I'm surprised by how fast it happened. I was in the camp that it was going to be next season.
I certainly was too.
I was
I would
was
rather
too.
have not Satterfield calling plays though, so
Yeah, I don't know. Again,
it's an easy answer for me though.
well, yeah, but you've been out on Satterfield since day one,
Rightfully so.
and that's fine.
Yeah.
But is this going to? I mean, it's obvious this move was done. I mean, it does smack a little of desperation.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be a negative though.
It doesn't have to, but sometimes not all great moves are made in desperation.
Do you think?
So we'll have to. I mean, what it does, it injects a whole lot of mystery into the sauce. Absolutely, absolutely, it does. But I think it could be very beneficial in the big picture. In the near term, not sure if it's going to be able to, if it's a jump start to a dead battery or if it's just going to blow up the engine.
How?
And a lot of that is going to depend. Sorry, Nick. A lot of that's going to depend on whether or not 15 is playing.
Definitely.
If 15 is not playing, who knows where this thing goes?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they were courting him for a while, or do you think?
Yeah, they're trying to get him in the offseason.
I thought so, but then
That's the Grum ball.
it felt like it went so much faster after that Satterfield press conference. Do
No.
you think that made it go faster? Or do
Oh,
you think
that's
this
an
would have
interesting
happened
question.
naturally?
Put a pin in that. I'm going to ask Mitch Sherman that. How much
I don't know.
did that play a part in this at all?
I would hope that wasn't the reason
Well-
why I would just hope that it was, hey, we got to do something different.
I don't know
'cause
if
this
I have-
offense is bad.
I always say I'm not a reporter, right? I don't know if I mentioned this on the air. I heard that did not sit well with Rule, the way that he answered that question a few weeks ago, and that Rule was not pleased about it in terms of how he discussed it with Mr. Satterfield behind the scenes. Now, did that result in him getting pushed out? No, but it was probably a part of the puzzle that is a bad offensive coordinator named Marcus Satterfield.
I guess my concern to that would be if it, I mean, I could understand being upset at that comment, but again, aren't these things, I don't want to relitigate this.
I don't think, John, it
comment.
was the comment. It's more that he didn't have a better answer. Or
Right.
that he
But,
was,
but those are the type, again, that goes back to making goals.
Sure.
And what were, I'm guessing that when the offensive goals were established or discussed openly with the team, that Matt Rule was in the proximity of the room somewhere, if not in the room directly.
When they what? When
They were talking about goals.
Yeah.
And what they wanted to accomplish. And so you would think something as simple as that would have been fleshed out a long time ago.
Sure.
A long time ago. So yeah, I mean, sure. You can be upset about how the comment was, or was it more upset about how the comment was taken because people immediately jumped on it and said, "Whoa, this is a bad idea."
I think it was the comment. I think the comment, he did not like the way that he answered the question.
Again, those are things that should have been fleshed out months ago, as in when you hired the guy in the first place.
Sure.
Because you would think in that conversation of who should I get for offensive coordinator, now some of this might be because they had worked together before, that you kind of know what somebody is about.
Sure.
And on how they think globally about offense.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
So if anything, I would put a lot of that back on Matt Rule for not being able to identify that in the beginning.
So am I wrong in I didn't mean to have such a big picture conversation before we even get to the Grum down, brought to you by the Rooferys and John Higgins Weather Guard. But am I hearing you in that this is maybe more of a red flag than it is a thumbs up for John Bishop? You're
For what?
For the future of the Matt Rule era. You're not viewing this like a lot of people of he's recognizing in the moment that they have a massive problem and he's doing something about it. You're viewing it more, man, they had a massive problem in the moment and he had to do something about it 3 games away from the end of the season. Am I hearing you right? Definitely seems like that's how you're approaching
For
it.
this season, yes. For the big picture, again, I think this could be good for for down the road. You're not going to be able to, and that's why I question whether or not this is going to be the jump start for the car battery for this offense. Because you're bringing someone in who has not been involved with this offense directly for just 3 games. And how much can be changed in 3 games? If you could tell me right now, we're going to make this move to make the offense better, or we're going to get this team to stop getting caught up in its own feels, guess which problem I'm fixing first?
Yeah, the other one.
Bingo.
Oh, maybe he fixes them from that perspective too.
Yeah, but that's a team-wide
To be
issue.
fair, I
That's
don't
not
think-
an offensive issue. That's a team-wide
I don't think
issue.
that he's going to come in and suddenly they're going to have like the 10th best offense in the country. But, if they're a touchdown away from a lot of these games from winning and he can make a difference in that regard, it's worth it. If you feel like he's a better feeler of a game, if he's a better play caller of a game,
It could. I wish we had examples, right? We don't have many examples of this where a play caller's been changed
Has
out.
this ever happened? I mean, I'm
At
not
Nebraska, I can't think of it.
No, screw that, John. Has this ever happened? Period. It's not giving play calling duties to someone else. That happens every year. Norvell just fired a bunch of people at Florida State. Can you remember a time in the history of college football where play calling duties were turned over to someone? Now, I don't even want to add the caveat of was at a different school a week ago because he was working with TCU, but that was not inside of the program. Can you ever remember something like this happening?
No.
I've been following college football for 30 years almost. You longer. I don't remember seeing this ever. This is wild. Absolutely wild. And it's not like they're under the same tree.
But wouldn't that then lend to the credence of, I'm not sure if this is a right idea in the moment?
Maybe. I mean, see, again, as someone who thinks Satterfield sucks, like, do whatever you can to try to, if he can get him 1 touchdown extra a game, it's worth it.
But would it have made more sense just to say Glenn Thomas, who's already in the organization?
Yeah.
You come in and do this. You can still have.
Yeah, what does that say about all the other guys?
You can still have Holgerson there as helping out and being behind the scenes and giving you advice, and then hire him for the future.
That is an awesome question of why not Glenn Thomas? Why not Garrett McGuire? Why not Donovan Raiola? Why not? Who am I forgetting? Barthel. Why not any of those guys?
Right. Well, I mean, you have
because they're at least
you
there.
had 2 offensive coordinators. Remember, it was co-OC. It was co-OC.
Thomas.
So that's the change. So again, that's why this is so interesting and why I hesitate to be excited in the moment. In the future, I think it's very intriguing because it speaks a lot to Matt Rule being introspective and realizing maybe my philosophies on how we need to play offensive football in 2024 and beyond might need to change because it is a departure. It goes counter to how he has processed offensive football.
Yeah, and we still haven't really dived into that, and we'll obviously have to do that this week. Whoops.
That's why again, it's very, very intriguing. No, I am, to go back and answer your original question, I'm very intrigued in the big picture. I have doubts about whether or not it's going to do anything this week, next week, and the week after. Could.
For sure.
It could, but
so am I being unfair in thinking that it that I am just like, screw it.
You're excited because it's Satterfield.
Yeah, so is that unfair?
No, it's not unfair.
Okay. I don't know. I was.
It's not unfair.
Okay.
No, it's not unfair at all. But I think good questions can be asked about, well, why not just turn it over to someone who's already on the staff?
That's a great question.
Have Holgerson in there helping out and helping shepherd some things. But actually, here's the play sheet.
It's going to be
you call the plays.
I imagine it's got to be weird for the players too.
Very. That's why I didn't think
kids
this would
around
happen.
that age suddenly having a new authority figure.
I'm saying all of this, acknowledging I didn't think this was going to happen. I thought it was still going to be Satterfield for the final 3 games. This completely caught me off guard today. I was stunned by the news. I really was.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Did not see it coming.
I was surprised. 402-951-1620. You got plenty to get to today on the Grum Down, presented by the Rooferys at Johnigan's Weather Guard. Matt Rule makes the move. Holgerson is the OC. Greg McDermott is tied. Dana Altman. Jack Mitchell will be along. We'll see what his excitement level is now.
Yeah.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. He was in the room. He asked some of the questions, got some of the answers. Get his thoughts. A CFP debate. A storm is coming. I'd probably thought harder about this than I did not expect.
Okay.
Because we're gonna
Is that the thing we talked about?
We're gonna share what we would do if we were the committee.
And that's
not
as
what
of
we
right
predict.
now, right? Yeah. As of right now.
Not what we predict the committee will do tomorrow, but how we would rank it. And I can tell you right now, from 6 to 12, 13.
Good luck.
It was tough.
It's very difficult.
It was tough to maintain any kind of level of consistency.
Yeah, because you argue for one team and then it's like, but that goes against this team. But that goes against this team.
Exactly.
It's very difficult.
And we're going to have some pretty big differences.
Yeah.
In how we think. What is the mood in the program right now? Chiefs versus Lions. Who is the NFL's team of destiny? You had two very different results between the two best teams. I'm using air quotes because it's by record, but the two best teams by record in their conference.
Yeah.
Which one feels more like team of destiny? Detroit or Kansas City? Did Utah get hosed by the Big 12? Their athletic director certainly thought so. And blinded by the light.
We already talked about that, so we're moving on to other
I think there's
topics.
more we could do with that.
Nope, we got to get into the Dana Holgerson hiring with Jack Mitchell, our next guest.
I think we have a few minutes.
Nah, we're out of time already, Nick. Got to get to Jack. He'll be in the green room in moments. Mere moments.
Mere moments.
Mere moments.
By the way, as far as we know, he's still making $1.2 million.
I thought it was $1.4 million.
Oh, was it $1.4 million?
$1.4
Oh my God, inflation has hit already.
Now that I hear it's $1.4 million, I suddenly care. I think you should get paid $1.2 million.
I feel like we missed an opportunity. We should have asked how much Holgerson is making.
I'm sure the media will ask that at some point.
No,
or they've done a FOIA. Right? You can do a FOIA for this?
Of course you can.
That's how they usually find out salaries.
Yeah.
We love a FOIA.
Yeah, they could.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, they're spending a lot of money on people who are not coordinating the offense.
Nice. Nice.
402-951-1620. 42 degrees The Source hotline by your mom's house. You can tweet. Oh, by the way, we did put out a poll question. We did. We put out a poll question.
On the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Matt Rule has made the switch. Dana Holgerson is the new offensive coordinator. How does this change your outlook for the rest of the season? Is it much improved? Is it a little improved? Is it no change, or is it feels like desperation? You can answer. We will share what the people have to say later in the show and give you our thoughts. And there's the Equitable Bank inbox where you can send all your inquiries about how much money people are making.
Please do it.
To Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Don't do that, please.
Because he will answer you all personally.
Will I?
Answer your email on the first ring.
I do answer emails. Not all of them, but I do answer emails.
On the first ring?
No.
Or you can send it to John at 1620thezone.com.
John will just delete it.
Or I'll read it on the air and I'll
And
just
then
talk
delete
about
it.
it, and then I'll delete it.
Yeah, John deletes all of his emails.
Well, I like to keep things clean.
Must
and
be
neat.
nice. Must be nice to be able to do that. I feel like I always have to reference an email from a year and a half ago, so I can't delete anything.
I always have I got all my emails.
Yeah, I just like to clean the box out. Once I've addressed it, move on.
Clean
Just
box
mark
is
it as
important.
red. Mark as red.
Or mark it as deleted.
But if you mark it as
And then
red, then
it's
you
not
still have
there.
it, so you can call back and be like, oh, that's right. So-and-so sent me an email.
You can move things to different folders.
Yeah, you can move
I
it to a
do.
different folder.
I do.
Yeah, the trash folder.
No, I have other folders. I have many folders.
Interesting.
Jack Mitchell will join us next on 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting for the holidays.
As we gather together, Host Coffee connects family and friends at this special time of year. May the holiday season bring you joy and the new year offer hope and happiness. Happy holidays and season's greetings from Host Coffee.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is roasting for the holidays for you.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Cross Strain Brewing Company, the official sponsor of One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone. Cross Strain Brewing Company, always evolving, trying to make every beer enjoyable, drinkable, and leave you asking, what are they going to do next? Join them at the original location in La Vista, downtown at their DraftWorks location, or be the hero at your tailgate this fall when you bring a Cross Strain brew with you. Find out what's on tap at KROS strainbrewing.com. Cross Strain Brewing Company, where beer is never boring.
KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
It's from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham the water of meats.
Ham is the water of meats.
Well, here we go. Didn't think we would be reacting to this necessarily today, but new offensive coordinator, someone who usually doesn't like coaching changes. But the good news is, Jack, no one got fired, technically.
Just reassigned.
Yeah. So are you good with this?
It's great. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled.
Fascinating.
Man loses his job and you're happy.
Jack, does this prove all the people who said that they should fire him in season right, and those who said, I don't want to talk about this wrong? Your thoughts?
Yes, because I didn't ever think this was possible, and I'm not crazy for thinking that.
Bow to me, Jack. Bow to me.
I am. First of all, you weren't really that person, but nonetheless, I was right for not thinking. Well, I was wrong, but I was reasonable for thinking this wasn't an option. And I'm still a little shocked that it is. Like, is he going to know the names of all the players that he's offensive coordinating? Is he going to know names and numbers? I don't know names and numbers at the beginning of the year, and I have all of fall ball to get ready for it. He's got
the spring.
He's got 12 days. If he was named Monday or Tuesday, he's got 12 days to do this. So, Josh, to answer your question, I'm great with it. I have never been opposed to making a change. I just didn't think it was going to happen in season. And so asking for it constantly seemed ridiculous. I was wrong in this case. I don't know how often this happens in the world of college football. Not a lot, but I guess I was wrong this time.
Nice.
Everybody happy? Got your pound of flesh?
That felt great.
Jack
that felt
just brought
amazing.
up,
Thank
Jack
you, Jack.
just brought up another good point off the point you made.
What's
that's
that?
kind of arguing against this move.
What's that?
And that is, how much does he know the personnel? How much? How aware can you be as a play caller when? And I don't want to say he's coming to this completely cold. Obviously, he's been observing somewhat, but how much we don't know. Can you just come in, be a play caller in a brand new organization, and it run smoothly, especially given the pressure? This isn't coming in, mid-spring where there's nothing at stake. It's obvious there's a lot at stake.
Yeah.
They are desperate, and it is not incorrect to use that terminology. They are desperate to make a bowl game.
Yeah.
This move is being done partially out of desperation. Now, to your point, that can be a good thing, but oftentimes it can also lead to bad results. So you're bringing in somebody from outside the organization to now take on this, what we've always been led to believe is this massive undertaking, this very important undertaking, and doing so in an unprecedented circumstance. That's why, again, I'm more encouraged for the future than I am for the present in terms of what this move means.
I'm encouraged. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with the future. I'm more excited about the present because I honestly think just the act of making a change, despite all the probably reasonable concerns that you bring up, just the act of making a change is going to trigger some things. And again, I don't think it can trigger things getting worse. Is the only thing I'll say. I just don't
disagree.
You think it can get worse, huh?
Of course, it can always get worse.
All right.
Man. It can always get worse because, again, you're bringing in someone who's not called plays for this group of people. How's the communication going to work? We talked about this during the offseason about, the question of should a play caller be upstairs? Should they be downstairs? Getting all the mechanics straight. The adjustment to the in-helmet communication. That was discussed during the offseason about how all that's going to work. And now you're going to inject somebody who has not worked with the in-helmet communication and has not worked with this team and has not worked with these coaches. And instead of having a spring game or a couple of scrimmages or a whole spring to work on it, you're going to be walking in to enemy territory on Saturday afternoon and trying to pull this off. I'm saying it's going to be quite challenging, and I question whether or not it can work.
And this is why I didn't think they would do it. Although I shouldn't say that because I came in last Monday thinking he might change play callers, and that's essentially what he did. I mean, let's be honest, right? I know he has the title offensive coordinator, but Satterfield's still there. He's the tight ends coach now. Like we were all sort of, I mean, I don't know. I guess when you say putting the title with it, it sounds more significant, but there were a lot of people who were thinking and prepared and thought maybe he would say that about changing play callers last week. Although I guess we didn't know at the time. I guess
when we talked to you last Monday, we didn't know that he was going to be in town.
But I said last Monday, I think to you, I said I was hoping he would tell us that I hoped there would be a change. I guess I said that on Tuesday. That wasn't with you guys, but I was hoping there would be some kind of a change. I'm glad. I thought it would be. I didn't know exactly what it would look like, but anything to shake things up here at this point, and that's what this is.
So, Jack, John said something a second ago that reminded me of a quote that Rule had last week. And so this would have been last week. He only spoke on Monday, right? Or I guess he also spoke after the game on Saturday. I think this was on Monday when he said this is he being Matt Rule. This program needs to go to a bowl game. Do you remember that quote? I think that was last Monday. It is like that combined with this is maybe the first time that I have really felt the gravity of this year felt with Matt Rule, because John just said it, desperation. And for a while, he was not, we need to make a bowl, right? He was dreaming and talking about bigger stuff. This is a real acknowledgement, though, of the importance of getting to 6 wins more. And the rest of that quote, by the way, this program needs to go to a bowl game. It's going to take unbelievable focus because these are 3 good teams we have left. So, I mean, that is an immediate recognition of we got to do it and we have to do it now. And I don't know what the or is, but that's what I keep thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that way when they just brought him in last week. I said that last week.
Yeah.
Much less making, the play calling and offensive coordinator change, which just reiterates what you said. Yeah, I agree. They're obviously, and I think they're right to be that way. I think the difference between 5 and 6 wins this year is bigger than the difference than any other number of adjacent, wins between 6 and 7 or 7 and 8 or even 6 and 8, honestly, to some degree. That difference between 5 and 6, the impact on the program, the mood within the program, the mood within the fan base, it would be huge. I think he's right to do everything in his power and say, you know what? Yeah, whether he's saying it explicitly or doing things to show his attitude, we got to make a bowl this year. Yeah. He's right.
Yeah. So how much of this also rides on Dylan, if he can play or not? Because, I mean, can you imagine going into a situation where now Heinrich Harburg is not your average backup quarterback because he has started before, but new play caller, possibly new quarterback who certainly, even though Matt Rule talked about it today and said, listen, we're not changing the offense just because, it's one guy versus another guy, but it's clear that they obviously have very different skill sets.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, isn't that the craziest thing if he comes in here and his first game then is with Heinrich Harburg, who is a very obviously different, or he's kind of got to prepare with both. I'm sure he has a better idea than has been let on in terms of whether or not Raiola is going to have a chance to play or not. But like a guy who's, I'm trying to think of Holgerson's quarterbacks, guys. Did he have guys? Most of the guys he had did not have a ton of mobility, right? If you sort of think back of the Oklahoma State quarterbacks at that time, they were like Whedon was a big
Brandon
guy.
Whedon, Geno Smith.
Geno Smith could run a little, yeah.
Yeah. Will Greer.
Yeah, we're not talking about, a super mobile guy though.
Right. But certainly all of his guys were more of had pass first mentality.
Yes, definitely.
Right. They were not, it was not, the quarterback run was not really an affirmative play you were probably calling very often.
Correct.
Which, if Heinrich Harburg were in traditionally, you would think, yeah, you would be using that. So it's just amazing turnabout for this whole set of circumstances where he comes in and then all of a sudden he's dealt this hand where it's like, well, got a little bit of a different situation than we expected when we talked about this the first time.
Yeah. Beyond Jack, Dylan / Harburg, I guess, which player on offense is most important to to the success of the final 3 games? Which player needs to have like a really nice stretch of football for Nebraska? That is like a realistic thing.
I'll give you 2 people, but the same position. Banks or Near. I mean, they've got to Nair. They've got to. I said that weird. Banks
Near.
or Nair. They've got one of these times I'll learn how to pronounce his name. Kind of like Holgerson. But yeah, I think it's one of those guys. They have been Nair a little bit more than Banks has been a factor, but man, they just have not been a threat whatsoever. They haven't been an object. Like they've got to over rely on Ja'Cory Barney so much. It's to a little degree Jalen Lloyd lately, to be honest, more than those guys. And they're in there nearly every play, and they're not big factors, right? Especially Banks, and then add on the blocking issues that are going too, and it's become such a ineffective position right now from those 2 guys who you were counting. You want to know part of the reason among all the problems that the offense had problems? Sure, play calling was a part of it, but not getting much of anything from your top 2 wide receivers, kind of a big deal, I would think.
Oh, it's enormous. I mean, we all way overshot what we thought was going to be possible this year with that group. I mean, it almost feels like Barney's been the only one that's been like, I feel good about him, but the rest of the group, they either don't play or they do, and they do very little.
Because coming out of that UTEP game, do you remember how, just sort of the feel about Banks and Nair, because they both had those touchdowns, both were super impressive. And you're like, wow, they've got a set of receivers to work with now.
Yeah.
And except for maybe a couple of isolated moments, you haven't felt with that again. That would be the most interesting thing if Holgerson came in and you started to feel like that about those guys again. Yeah. And to me, frankly, that's the most likely way things feel really different.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing that I would ask too is like, how is Fedoni going to be involved in the offense? Because I mean, what has been one of the biggest criticisms of this year? It's been the Fedoni little route, at the line of scrimmage where he gets tackled for a loss of 1 yard or a gain of 0 yards over and over and over. Like, is there a way to get him in? Like, I don't think he is the most important player on offense, but is there, like, I guess ultimately what I'm asking is, will there be noticeable differences in how the offense is, like how it looks? Or is it just going to be purely about executing better and leaning into other strengths more than they have been? Or will there be someone like, wow, that we haven't really seen that, or we haven't really seen that play used very often this year?
Well, on Fedoni, I mean, they kind of leaned a little bit more into Fedoni, honestly, for the last few games in terms of getting him in the ball and him being a factor on offense. So I'm not sure exactly what you get different from him, but I think the answer to your question is like, I think it will not look different in terms of scheme, but if he's doing really well, the difference is going to be the wide receivers are open instead of completely covered. That's what will look
different. Got to get him the ball, right? Because they've been open at times the last few games too.
Well, yep, that too. But you're going to have a lot more receivers. It's going to, I would think instead of looking different, it will just look a lot easier if there's a big change. To be honest.
And again, this is all assuming that it's Dylan that's running the controls on Saturday versus Heinrich.
Well, either way, he plays him. He's going to throw. I mean, they're going to let him throw it. I mean, I'm not even convinced it'll be that different of a game plan, other than including maybe more, a couple of more options to have him run the ball. But
right.
Probably
that's just not be that layer different. Of change that you're getting used to. Because I'm guessing the film right now that Dana's working on is all with Dylan. This is what they do. And so you watch it and you go, okay, this is what they're doing now. Here's how I might tweak this. Here's how I might do this. Then all of a sudden you interject a new quarterback and you're like, ooh, okay, well, now we got to look at this. It's also very, very fascinating that this is the time to do it. Right. And so much is changing with apparently so much on the line.
Yeah. Yeah.
And hoping that there's enough organization that they can push through, knowing that, of course, you have an opponent out there who has also had a week off to.
Yeah, and they made a change as well.
There's also
they made a change. Yeah. It's all crazy. I'm curious. The UCLA game, did that change? Did their win on Friday night do anything for your psyche in terms of 2 weeks ago.
I mean, it did something for my psyche because they beat Iowa. So I mean,
right, but in context of it
helped a little. Yeah,
a little bit.
I'd be lying if I said it didn't help a little. Yeah, it did. It helped a little, but I don't want to go too far the other way and have people say, "Oh, you think everything's fixed now?" No, shut up. I didn't say that. So, I know it helped me. It was nice. It was very nice. It's hard to tell who any of these teams are, to be honest, week to week. I don't even know what the toughest game out of the remaining 3 is. It's hard to even rank them. And the way that you would rank them now will almost 100% be different than how it actually ends out the next 3.
There was a question. I don't remember who asked it. Maybe it was Sam. Who's the 5th best team in the Big Ten right now?
Oh, wow.
I don't know if anyone can answer that question. There is such a glob of mediocre teams in the middle of this conference right now.
And it's different every week. Insane. Who you would think it is.
You might have said Minnesota, then Minnesota goes and loses to Rutgers. You might have said Iowa. Iowa goes and loses to UCLA.
Yeah.
Who is the 5th best team in this
UCLA
conference?
at this exact moment in time?
I mean, the way they're playing, they've won 3 in a row.
Do you guys?
This is also the same team that crapped the bed in the first half of the season.
Wow.
So yeah, it does make you wonder. And this is kind of going off into a different conversation that we'll have later on the show. But it makes you wonder how the Big Ten is going to be perceived when it comes to the playoff, because who have those teams been beating up on? This muddled mess of mediocrity in the middle of this conference.
But now that Iowa lost, you probably have your teams locked in if they continue to win out. The teams, the 4 that you mentioned, right? That are
barring a crazy loss,
so that might affect seeding. But yeah, nobody. I mean, we've got a closed group of teams that can be in it, and I suppose they could drop off, but they'll be in. I think they control their own destiny pretty much. Those teams.
Yeah, there are 4 teams that can make the playoff in the Big Ten. There are like 7 or 8 in the SEC that can.
It's unlimited in the SEC, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much is.
Right, but what I'm saying is for the standpoint of arguing who should be seated where.
Yeah, seeding. Yeah, for sure.
Affect them in a negative way.
In the seedings. They'll probably go on the road, and we won't get our stupid snow game. Not stupid. I want it. We won't get our snow game where someone from the South comes to the North, and now I probably have to depend on Indiana to get that for me.
Yeah, how are you doing? You talked so much trash about Indiana. You and Connor Happer, I might point out. And now, Jack, Indiana is 10-0. They have not lost yet. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They're 10-0.
Well,
cool, huh?
First of all, I wouldn't say I talked trash. I just marveled at that. This cannot be. Something's amiss. Something's wrong.
I don't think anything is. It's
something.
There's conspiracy theory.
There's some kind of magic, and it's all going to end, and it's all going to come crashing down at some point. Was my theory.
And
to date, it has not.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Well, we're going to really bookend this interview with me admitting I'm wrong about something. You're really having a great time, aren't you?
I'm having a lovely time.
Let me ask you this. You think Holgerson, I mean, I can't learn names in a month when new people come into work.
I'm horrible with
stuff. Is he going to be like, get it to that Jacob Barnes kid?
They got to put the tape back on their helmets like they're in high school, right? So he can learn their names. How about this idea from Husker country? They have to have a mini tryout of Heinrich Harburg and Dylan Raiola this week, don't they? Maybe Dylan or maybe Dana Holgerson wants a more mobile quarterback.
Hey, it sounded like a lot of stuff. It was win your way back on. A lot of slates are cleared here in terms of who playing. And what I'm saying is Gabe Ervin for 200 yards on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, Jack's still a part of the Gabe hive.
I would say I'm Gabe curious. We haven't
had a chance to see him. He's like the one guy that we haven't really had a chance to see this year.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
We haven't.
I'm not all the way Gabe, just Gabe curious, just to be clear.
Yeah.
I'm curious how you would answer our poll question. How much does today's news change your outlook for the rest of the season? Much improved, a little improved, no change, or feels like desperation?
A little improved.
A little improved.
Is that the majority answer so far?
It is the plurality. Yes, 48%.
Yes, plurality. Yeah.
48% are a little improved. 20% are much improved. 17, no change. 14 feels like desperation.
I can't imagine there's a whole lot of people saying after this happened, not saying, okay, I'm more interested now. I'm a little more excited. I'm sure you guys are happy just in terms of things to talk about and going into this game. Like it for sure puts a different level of interest and I think enthusiasm about this game, for right or for wrong. Whether or not it's going to pan out, we'll see. But and maybe a little bit more, just a little extra tinge of optimism about the whole thing. I think it moves the needle that way in terms of how people probably feel. We'll see if it actually pays off that way.
Yeah.
It moves the needle of intrigue for sure.
It gave me a pep in my step today. It was awesome. This is like manna from heaven. Thank you, Matt Rule.
By the way,
I think either way, we're headed for a glorious tire fire of some caliber.
If Thomas Fidone does have a great game, Josh, which you were referencing, you know what my first comment will be? Great tight end coaching. Great tight end coaching.
And worth the $1.4 million.
Great tight end coaching. Keep whoever that guy is, keep him around, get him in there, get him locked up for next year.
Nice.
Lock him up.
Just for the takes, I want to see Satterfield stick around on his current salary, and then you add another 1.5 for Holgerson and just watch people lose their minds over how much money
watch
they're
Borkercher get like a random 3 touchdowns on Saturday.
Hey, if IGC even gets on the field and makes one catch,
there you go.
I'll be like, damn, where's that guy been?
Hey, many people.
Is that a punt?
Many people pointed out that Dana Holgerson's background is as a wide receivers coach. So, maybe that part of the game.
He's a wide receiver player as well when he played football.
I mean, he hasn't done that in 25 years.
But. Yeah, but Urban Meyer hadn't been a special teams coordinator in however many years, but he's still focused on it. Nick Saban loved coaching defensive backs for as long as he was a head coach.
I know, but I listen, if they can get anything out of they can get anything out of this receiver group,
exactly, that was my point.
Because right now it's nothing.
Hey, Holgerson
I now find myself watching, like we're rewatching the Lions game.
Yeah,
I find myself watching plays on the perimeter with more zeal, and when it's blocked well, I'm like, damn, that looks good.
Yeah, I saw you tweeted yesterday. Were you subtweeting Nebraska?
Yes, I was.
That's crazy. You're watching an NFL game and your Nebraska's living rent free in your head.
They're living rent free in all our heads.
Not me. I don't watch the NFL and think about Nebraska. I'm trying to enjoy football when I watch the NFL.
But I was enjoying great perimeter blocking.
I was wondering, when I saw that tweet, I was like, man, that seems like a shot at Nebraska.
Yes, it absolutely was. Because I don't know if you know this, their perimeter blocking sucks.
I know, but I don't watch the Warriors and think, oh wow, look, they can make threes, and then think of Nebraska. It's two different levels.
No, but there's a difference. One is a skill, the other is want to and scheming and actually doing it.
Well, the skill might be a little bad.
No, I was like, damn, that looks really good.
Yeah, they are good.
Do you think? I know you got to go, but you know how a lot of people say, "Hey, they'll bring Sue in to talk to the black shirts and get them fired up, or Peter and all everything." At some point, do they bring in Troy Hassebrook to come in and I'm trying to think
reference.
Trying to think who else.
Brendan Holbein,
Ben Cornelson, Brendan Holbein to come in. And
basically any receiver from the Osborne era, named
Lance Backflip Brown,
Lance Brown, John Vedral, bring him in, and just they're the black shirts of wide receiver blocking, right? They carry a tradition, and right now we're not, getting up to that tradition that they've left.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe they don't have their gimmick. They need a black shirt gimmick.
They need a bit. They need numbers.
No. But this is just for receivers that block.
Oh, that's a good question.
That they need
a
gimmick.
hand signal. Do you mean?
Well, it's like a black shirt or something that signifies
gloves. Blue gloves.
There you go, blue gloves.
The best receiver gets blue gloves every week.
There you go.
But they're not holding.
Not holding. Blue gloves.
Because we've seen that. We've seen them hold.
Actually, they get whatever gloves the other team's jersey is.
Yes, that's so it blends in better when they're holding. I love this. This is an excellent idea.
That is good. So we'll call it the chameleon gloves.
I love that.
Ooh, the chameleons.
Congrats
that.
to Ja'Cory Barney. This week he gets maroon gloves.
They're the
Wouldn't that be-
chameleons.
I'm sure they have the ability to do that.
White
Make
gloves next
that,
week for USC.
Make gloves that change color based on what it is they're touching.
Oh, nice.
So if you're playing like Iowa, they instantly
Black.
turn into black gloves. Or if you're playing,
Oh man,
Oklahoma, it's maroon gloves.
I would buy color changing gloves.
That'd be
for the
sweet.
winter. They just match with any coat, any situation that you've got.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I like that.
Chameleon gloves.
We just came up with a great idea. The next
Chameleons! Let's go, chameleons! Let's knock some people over today, chameleons!
And their theme song can be Karma Chameleon.
Karma,
I hate that song
chameleon. Da-da-da-da.
So every time Nebraska runs a good play out on the edge and it's blocked well, that little stinger just hits in the stadium.
Come. Yeah, I love it. Just pancake the hell out of someone. Come. Boy George up on the screen. Come, chameleon.
Many people in that stadium would be like, "Oh, I can't wait to see Boy George."
I mean, everybody's been singing YMCA, so you know.
That's true.
Good point.
That's true.
All right. Well, a new week, new game,
new hope.
New hope.
There you go.
There's Jack Mitchell, everyone, from our sister station, KLIN.
Good to see you, Jack.
Bye.
All right. Still to come. We'll play some of the Matt Rule audio.
Okay.
So we can hear what the coach actually said.
Okay.
About today's big move. 1620 The Zone, proud to team with the U.S. Marine Corps and Toys for Tots, Stuff the Truck. Coming up December 6th and 7th, you can stop by our Zone Studio parking lot and stuff the truck. New unwrapped toys for the area children. All donations will support Toys for Tots. You can, even if you can't make it to our event, donations can be dropped off here at our building at 50th and Capitol, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now through Tuesday, December 10th. It's brought to you by Woodhouse Chevy and Molina Healthcare of Nebraska. For more details, go online, 1620thezone.com/stuff-the-truck. All right, let's hear how the coach described today's announcement. In fact, it was very right at the beginning.
Yes, it was.
Obviously, we made the move with Dana last week. He will call the plays this week and serve as the offensive coordinator moving forward.
So, why? Why now? Well, Matt says this is the guy I trust.
He's got a long history of success offensively, both as a head coach, but certainly as a coordinator before that. And I think he just kind of gives us a fresh perspective on looking at kind of what we're doing and who we're doing it with, and was able to sort of say, hey, let's kind of go in these directions over here. So, I just think it gives us a great opportunity to have one of the great offensive minds, a guy that I've been friends with before and I trust, and excited to see what he does.
Question was not asked today, but I'm curious because it was discussed in the off season. Why it never panned out, and why? And now Holgerson's not going to be made available to the media this week.
Yep.
Not sure if he's going to be made available after the game either.
Sure. Yeah. There's
Rule
a
did
world
not-
where we don't hear from him.
But because it's a two-sided story, obviously Nebraska would have to have an interest. He would have to have an interest.
He
But
was in town. Yeah.
Yeah. Why, if this was something he was looking at doing, did he not take the job in the off season versus what he ended up doing, which was doing some consulting work for TCU, and now switching gears and coming here with 3 games to go in the season back to calling plays?
Yeah. Remember, he was in town January, right? Was he? And he went to a wrestling match. He was there. Photo surfaced of it. He was in town. What I was told back then was he didn't want to be an analyst. And you know what, man? Maybe that should have just given us a heads up last week on why he was actually brought in, right? Now, and I assume you have this audio. They ask him, about like what he decided on or when he decided on this. Rule says that he decided. He called him on Sunday. And in that moment, he wanted him to be the new OC. He wanted him to be the new play caller. But they had to go through a few days just to make sure that the fit was going to be good. And then he ended up telling him after that. But you ask a tremendous question. I mean, is it as simple as he didn't want to be an analyst? He wanted to be a play caller, and you say, but he ended up being an analyst at TCU. He did, but it was actually for the defensive side of the ball. He wasn't even an offensive analyst for TCU. Now, does that make a difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
He also was living in Texas at the time because he coached at Houston. All that to say, it's a great question. Why now versus then? And what ultimately was it that broke down between you and Nebraska back in January?
Here's more on the move from Matt Rule.
I wanted the young guys to know last week, like, hey, this is not about next year. This is about right now. Like, get better now. And so it was good. You have some guys, maybe they're on the scout team. All of a sudden now they're up there playing. And then Thursday we all came back together. And I think Dana has just done a good job of saying, hey, guys, I'm just here to help. And so it has, I'm sure in the locker room there's seismic conversations. Don't get me wrong. But no one's come to me with, hey, coach, I think this is a good move or a bad move. I think they've just kind of said, hey, what are we doing next? And I think I will say this, just being out on the field and watching, I think it's all flowed really seamlessly and really smoothly.
And that was a question asked about how the players took it.
Yeah.
But tomorrow is actually the first practice with it in full operation. I mean, last week they did practice a couple of times. How much, was Holgerson involved? Not sure.
Yeah. How much was he just observing versus how much of he was coaching? It's a great question.
Correct.
Great question.
This was a big money question for me. I believe Sip was the one that asked it, and it was asked of Matt Rule. Isn't this a departure from your offensive philosophy?
I want to score points. I think the thing with Dana, Dana came up last year, to visit, and at the time I was hoping, maybe he would do one of those. Sometimes as a head coach, you get fired, you go and you go down to Alabama, work for Nick Saban or something like that. And I looked at Coach Saban's history of having Bill O'Brien and Lane Kiffin and all those guys as OCs, guys who've been head coaches who have perspective. This is a lonely job sometimes, and to have someone in the building who's done that, you have someone to bounce ideas off of. So at the time, I was hoping maybe at some point he'd be ready to do this. But no, if I look, if I'm being honest about myself, if I look back, I think, we've always done a good job of playing really good defense. We've always done a good job of being physical. We've always done a really good job of developing players. when we've had good offenses, we've won games. And so Dana, when I think about what he's done, going to Oklahoma State, what he did there, going to West Virginia, the run game that they had, I competed against them. It was really, really physical, tough team. And so it just made sense to me.
And that's why I think this move is more fascinating, or I think will have a greater impact in the future than it will be on this season, because it is Matt Rule basically saying we have to do something different. And perhaps the way I look at things offensively needs to be altered. And so I'm going to bring in somebody who does have a different philosophy than I do and see if this works. Question was also asked, is the Holgorsen style of integrating the run game different than what you're about?
I mean, I think we run the same plays. I mean, coaching against him, he ran inside zone, he ran counter, power, a little more out of 11 personnel, maybe not as many big sets, but I think the thing I've always respected about Dana was he took advantage of his players. He had Will Greer when we played him, and Will got the ball out of his hands really, really quickly and processed information really quickly. And I think it's probably the same. I think the biggest thing when I played against Dana is he's just a really aggressive play caller. He's gonna, I'm probably not a super aggressive person in that area. So I thought the best move for me was to bring in someone who is that way and push up, offset that against me.
Interesting.
Definitely. Along those lines,
that against me.
John writes, have Rule and Holgorsen ever been on the same staff together? Point is, how does Rule know that he is as good as he says he is? I mean,
no, they have not been together.
But you mentioned coaching against him. Also, I don't know, can't you just look at his production and see, the type of success that he has? Seems pretty easy to me to figure out if a coach is good or not.
Right. Yeah. Again, this is my trepidation is not about whether or not I think Dana Holgorsen can coach an offense. It's clear from his numbers, and those of you watching in on the YouTube channel and our stream, we've been posting these numbers for the last 2 weeks. It's very clear he provides very good offensive production, from red zone scoring to points per game. He's been averaging over 30 points for his entire career. That's not my concern.
Mm-hmm.
My bigger concern is because the move is being made today to help today, because today they need to make a bowl game today. Whether or not it's going to have any appreciable impact, or if it could just continue to exacerbate a poor situation.
Yeah.
Because this is, yes, you can be experienced at calling plays, but like we said, this will be the first time he's dealt with the helmet communication. It's the first time he's dealt with these players. He's not sure, I'm not sure how familiar he is with the tendencies of these players, what he has to work with. Be like, bringing in a new chef to the kitchen, but they have no idea what's in the refrigerator.
Sure. It's like chops.
They have no idea what's in the pantry. Now, sometimes you can make something out of that. Now, where the analogy breaks apart is you're dealing with inanimate objects. Here, you're dealing with people.
Yeah, human beings.
Right?
Yeah.
You're dealing with people. And I go back to what I said earlier. If there's two things that definitely need to be fixed, the offense, just in general, or the mindset of the team, I know which thing I know would fix the problem faster in terms of getting this team over the hump. It's the mental part of it.
Sure.
If that gets fixed, the rest of it will kind of take care of itself. But that's not the move that's necessarily being made. And quite frankly, I don't know what move
I was going to say what move would
point
solve that problem.
That would solve the first problem.
Because some would say actually chicken or egg. If you have a better offense, does it fix the psyche of the team because you're winning more football games because you're scoring more points? Or does fixing the psyche allow you to score more points, which allows you to win more games? Chicken or egg?
Yeah. So it's the mid-season part of it, or actually it's
3/4.
3/4 of the way through the season part of it that's the most.
Josh writes, it's a risk, but the old chef was serving week-old sushi.
You don't want week-old sushi.
You don't even want 3-hour-old salmon.
Right.
No, week-old sushi. Imagine what that would do to your guts.
Mm.
Oh,
good thing we all just have to imagine it. None of us ever thought it was a good idea to eat salmon that's been sitting out.
Yeah, exactly.
Look forward to our conversation with Mitch Sherman, which will be coming up in just a little bit. But when we come back, the team of destiny. A team walked off the field with a blocked field goal. They should have lost their first game. Instead, come up with a special teams play and preserve their undefeated season. Some say against an overmatched team. The other made mistake after mistake after mistake and came from behind on the road and won. Who is the team of destiny? Next on 1620 The Zone. Well, I knew things hadn't gone well. I was at the Creighton game yesterday, and at the moment the Denver Broncos were setting up for their potential game-winning field goal, I had to go interview Mac, and I had stepped away from my computer where the game was playing. And I was kind of expecting in the middle of my interview that my phone would start buzzing, because my friend, who's a great Broncos fan, probably would have sent a, "Oh my God, we
did it.
We beat the evil
Ding
Chiefs.
dong, the witch is dead."
And when my phone didn't buzz,
I was going to tweet its dibs.
I was like, "Oh no, I fear that something bad has happened."
It's
and
like a
disturbance in the force.
Yeah, a lack of a disturbance in the force.
And so when I stopped the recording with Mac, and the first thing I did was look at the phone, and Mac was aware, that the Broncos were close. I said, "They missed the field goal." I didn't know they blocked it. They just said they missed the field goal. And Mac was like, "They did?"
Ha.
And then, of course, last night, the Detroit Lions, thanks to 2 field goals that just snuck inside the upright. It was so cool. The first one almost hit the right upright. The second one almost hit the left upright.
You can see the shadow on both times.
Incredible.
It was that close.
We both, because Christian's friend was over and we were all watching the game, and we all had the same reaction. It was just like, oh my God, I can't believe we did that again.
Absolutely amazing.
But it lends the discussion that both teams right now appear to have some sort of destiny. Now, with the Chiefs, obviously, they've been very successful, so this isn't some underdog story. But they are undefeated with some rather fortuitous events. And I'm not even saying that the officials are on their side, which many people on many sides have been telling me over and over again. Well, where's your option about the Chiefs getting help from the referees? But the first game against the Ravens, the toe being out of bounds. The Bucs last week, Tampa with the momentum doesn't go for 2. The Bengals game comes down to a walk-off long field goal. And then yesterday happens. And then the Lions.
What's the reasoning behind the Lions being the team of destiny? They're kicking ass every week.
Oh, they were down big on the road to Houston. And Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
It has been 54 years since a team had to come from behind by that many points down, throwing that many interceptions.
Sure.
So
That's not devil magic, though. It's just being a better team.
No, I didn't say devil magic. I said team of destiny.
Somebody else said devil magic.
No.
Chris
team
says
of
Chiefs
destiny.
are doing devil worship. Yeah, I didn't know. Team of destiny. No, it's just they're a good football team.
Wow. John's trying to paint a beautiful story, a fun
And Josh is crapping all over it.
Yeah,
Josh,
you're
you're in a mood. You're in a mood, Josh.
Destiny.
Why are you in a mood, Josh?
No,
Josh,
I'm
why
in
are you
a great mood.
Josh, you're in a bad mood.
John, I'm on board with it. Continue, please.
It is. It's a great
Don't
story.
let this goober make you feel bad.
Team of destiny. What are we,
And it's
12?
the Detroit,
Yes.
and it's the Detroit Lions. You know when the last time the Detroit Lions won a Super Bowl?
Never.
It's been, believe it or not, longer than the Cowboys.
The Chiefs aren't going to make the Super Bowl, first of all. The Lions are the best team in football, second of all. Like, that's why they're winning games. Like, they're good. What do you mean, team of destiny? They made the plays. They blocked the field goal at the end of the game. This wasn't some random bounce. They made the play. They blocked the field goal. The Chiefs made plays. They got takeaways themselves. How many takeaways did they have? 3? 2 or 3? What? You asked a question. I gave
why
you
are
an
you in
answer.
such a bad mood?
I'm in a great mood. You were in a pissy mood earlier. Don't even pretend like you weren't.
Seems like
just
you're in a
think
very
that's
bad
silly.
mood.
Team of destiny? What? No. That doesn't seem like a question.
It's a phrase that we use all the time.
Not you. You never say flowery things like team of destiny.
Which should just prove John's point that there's some cool things happening.
There is. There's many
some
cool
fate.
things about it. Many cool things. Well, Aaron Schatz,
Written
friend
in
of the
the
Grum,
stars.
Yeah.
tweeted out a couple of different graphics.
They're good. That's
okay,
the question.
Settle down over there, Grumpy.
Man,
My name's George. I'm mad.
I'm in a great mood. I did a lot of research.
What's next? You and Jimmy Kimmel going to go off holding hands?
I don't know what that means. Stop making weird references no one understands, John.
Nobody understands.
I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel.
The Lions.
I'm 36. I'm not 100. Why aren't you watching late night TV like my generation?
He's so angry.
Is Jimmy Kimmel for 100-year-olds now?
I guess so. He's
How old is John?
I don't watch that.
You just made a reference to it.
I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel because I can't stand him.
Good point. So here is the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, pretty good.
Look at that fate, that destiny.
That fate.
My
so
God.
they are the, according to Aaron's numbers, which go back to 1979, these are all of the, these are the best teams in terms of DVOA through 9 games. The Lions are 13th on this list. But of the teams that are ahead of them, 7 ended up winning a Super Bowl that year. 1 lost the Super Bowl, the Patriots, and 3 lost in the conference championship game. Only 1, the 2003 Chiefs, failed to win a playoff game from this illustrious list of franchises.
This list of destiny.
Chiefs, that was a good team, and then they ran into the Colts.
Yes.
And Peyton Manning.
Yes, they did.
Who was having his first postseason.
So that's where the Lions are.
I'm in like a legitimately good mood today. I'm surprised that John asked team of destiny. No one can see you. We're not on camera right now, John. You made the full screen graphic. John is winking into his camera for those who are watching on the
here with
on
this
the video.
Would this make you better?
There we go. Yeah,
he's in a great.
I'm honestly in a lovely mood.
His team definitely did not.
I don't
lose
care about
big
them.
yesterday and got blinded because their owner's an idiot.
I don't give a crap about them anymore. They're stupid.
Back to Team of Destiny, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Not them. Here's an argument for why they are actually not the Team of Destiny. The list of teams that they fit in with.
These are the teams that had the lowest DVOA according to Aaron's numbers for a 9-0 franchise.
Yeah.
And of the teams that are on this list, only one, the 2006 Indianapolis Colts, eventually won that year's Super Bowl. Two others on this list, the 2009 Colts and the 2015 Panthers, lost the Super Bowl. 5 of the teams on this list lost their first playoff game.
It's so funny, too, because this morning I was talking with Mike Schaefer, and this was before this tweet from Aaron Schatz. I compared the Chiefs to the 2020 Steelers. I said, do you remember that Steelers team? They were 11-0, and then they fell apart at the end of the regular season. He goes, then they lost to the Browns. I go, yeah, that's what this team reminds me of. And then they show up on this exact same list. This is perfect.
This team is kind of the opposite of what they were last season, because last season they started out kind of crappy, and then they turned it around.
You know who else they remind me of? Last year's Eagles team. Remember last year's Eagles team pulling all these games out of their butts? And we're like, yeah, they can't keep this up, can they? And you know what the answer was? No, they could not keep it up. You know what happened? They lost a lot of games, and then they lost in their first game in the playoff.
So Sirianni and Jalen Hurts.
I wish I should have saved this tweet.
Something similar is going to happen with the Chiefs.
One of our fine friends of the Grum responded, because we asked a poll question. If you could put the Chiefs and the Lions on the field today, neutral field, who would you take to win the game?
Lions.
57% picked Detroit, 43% picked Kansas City. Something to go a little against your grain. I don't have the tweet right in front of me, but it basically said, if there's any team that could take these numbers, the Chiefs numbers, and say,
and still win,
throw them out the window, it's that Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in the playoffs are a different animal. And last year is a great argument, because that was a Chiefs team that just kind of that futzed around pretty much most of the season.
The Futz boys.
Lost on Christmas Day to a bad Raiders team.
Yeah.
Went into the playoffs, didn't have a whole lot of mojo behind them, and then what did they do?
They won it all. I will present a counter to your counter. The 1990 San Francisco 49ers had a quarterback who was previously referred to as the GOAT. And people said, yeah, what do you mean? You're going to pick against Joe Montana in the playoffs? 2 of the teams that didn't win the Super Bowl had Peyton Manning, 05 and 09. Those teams didn't win it. And the 2011 Packers had Aaron Rodgers probably at his peak. So
that 1990 49ers team ran into that 1990 Giants team.
There you go.
Which shows up on the Detroit list.
Chiefs won't run into the Lions, but if they did, they would definitely lose to the Lions. But they won't make it that far.
You're just doubling down on your prediction that they won't win a playoff game. And that's fine. That's fine.
Are you changing your tune on the Chiefs?
That's fine, Grumpy Gus. So, you stick with your guns.
You're so weird.
Do you think it's going to end up being Lions-Ravens?
Could. Why couldn't it?
Because the Ravens can't get out of their own way half the time. How are they losing games?
Well, they won on Thursday.
They did, but how? I mean, they're what?
Could be the Bills.
Are they a game and a half or 2 games behind Pittsburgh?
They have 3 losses, so they haven't played yet. So I don't know. I don't know who has played more games.
It's just weird. The Ravens are really good.
Yeah.
Offensively, they're really good.
Yeah, defense is taking a step back this year.
And yet they, I want to say it's them. But then what do the Chiefs do? They win.
What about the Bills?
Well, the Bills futzed around with the damn Colts yesterday. Colts are terrible.
Yeah. People like futzing. It's the NFL. We don't apologize for wins in the NFL.
So the Bills usually struggle in the playoffs, don't
the Chiefs have been futzing with everybody this year. Every week they futz.
Just like they did last year.
Every
until the playoffs.
And they keep futzing and they keep winning. You know why, Josh?
Why?
Destiny.
No, it's not because of destiny. It is definitely not because of destiny.
They should have lost at least 3 of these games.
Pedro says, "Hi guys, Josh, you seem like such a nice guy." Thank you, Pedro. Why is
he in such a bad mood?
Why does someone losing their job make you so happy? Well, because I want Nebraska to be good. That's why. My apologies.
John.
Yes.
I'm on board with this team of
Congrats.
destiny.
You got him on your side. That's the person you want on your side of the argument.
Yeah.
Hey,
now who's the dumbass?
3 years
Josh?
ago, I wouldn't have cared.
Yeah,
I've come
that's
around.
true.
I care.
I do like that you have football takes.
Amazing
no, I just
takes.
forget whatever the vernacular is. I like the fact that you have these 2 franchises right now who appear to be, even though they're not on each other's schedule, but it does almost feel like they are destined to meet in the Super Bowl and challenge all of this.
Interesting. I don't think so at all. I really
think they
don't.
are.
I
I
really
think
don't.
Kansas City, I think they will end up in the Super Bowl because they just know how to get
If it's
there.
destiny, I think that we're destined to see a Lions-Bills Super Bowl because neither of those teams have won. If we're destined to get something, that would be the one. But you know what? Here's a comparison for you. Watch it end up being the 2003 World Series all over again. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's going to be Cubs, Red Sox. And then it's Yankees, Marlins for some reason. What's the equivalent of Yankees, Marlins? Chiefs?
49ers,
No,
Steelers.
not again. Yes, that's the answer.
49ers, Steelers.
No one wants that.
By the way, I'm sticking to my
Chiefs,
prediction.
49ers again.
I'm sticking to my prediction. because
Now I am mad.
I've already called half of it, but here's the other half. Steelers are beating the Ravens this week, and the first loss of the Kansas, because the Chiefs will not go undefeated. The first loss will be Christmas Day against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Dun, 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 dun,
No,
dun,
see,
dun,
now
dun,
that's
dun,
what,
dun,
see,
dun,
you're rooting for it.
dun,
You
dun,
just
dun,
wanted to
dun,
do
dun,
Renegade
dun,
again.
dun,
You can't
dun.
say that I'm rooting for things, and that's
Did you
why I have
see
my
all those
opinions.
terrible towels in Washington yesterday? It was crazy. Dun, 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 dun,
God,
dun.
I hate that stupid franchise. They didn't even cover. I pick them to win and cover, and those a-holes only win by a point. So I didn't even get a predictions
Steelers
point.
were +3.
I thought the Steelers were -3.
No, they were +3.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, I got the point in predictions. Let's go.
Congrats on the
Thanks,
point.
Steelers. I thought they were favorites. Are you
No.
sure?
They were +3.
Are you positive?
They were the road team
Yeah.
against the Washington
All right.
Commanders.
I think the commies were favored.
All right. I just, for some
Yes.
reason, I thought that the Steelers were the
Yes.
dogs. Okay. Awesome. Let's go. Thanks, Pittsburgh, for losing or for winning by a point. Nice.
Well, we'll get to predictions later this week.
Oh, did you finally have a good week? Congratulations. About damn time, John. No.
It's destiny. Oh, it's me, John Bishop. I believe in destiny.
Maybe this is why you don't like baseball, because there's a lot of fun stories and
I love fun
stuff in baseball.
Nick, I love fun stories.
And you hate fun.
The Chiefs are a fun story.
No, the Lions are a
Yes,
fun story.
and I
You know
think
what the
that
Chiefs are?
they're good.
You know what
the
they
Chiefs
are?
are Goliath.
You know what the Chiefs are?
Who?
They are a good franchise
Yeah.
who are winning games similar to Tim Tebow for the Broncos. Remember that year
Yeah.
when they kept pulling out games out of their
Did you
ass?
just compare Patrick Mahomes to Tim Tebow?
No, I'm
Tim's gonna
comparing
love
the
that.
Chiefs to how Tim Tebow won a lot of games, and it annoyed a lot of people and made them unreasonably angry, like Josh.
Interesting.
Well, we'll hope Josh can keep his temper down for Mitch Sherman, who joins us
Weirdos.
next on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Josh pretending to be in a good mood now by tapping to the Mitch Sherman theme song.
You're such a jerk.
Mitch, how you doing today?
I am hanging in there. Also pretending to be in a good mood.
For the record, I am in a good mood, Mitch. I was until John started being an idiot.
What do you mean by
well,
bringing up
pretending to
things
be
like the Chiefs?
I'm pretending to be in a good mood.
Nice.
Oh, well, you were in the room today
where it happened.
Where it happened. The announcement.
Where it happened.
Mm-hmm.
How much did it surprise you to actually hear the words come out of Matt Rule's mouth?
It surprised me a lot. I thought it was going to be downplayed today somewhat, the role of Dana Holgorsen. I thought that Matt Rule probably wasn't going to let us in on the level of involvement that he was in fact having. I did not think, even in the reality of it, that he would be calling the plays this week, but I thought that he would be involved. I guess, last week when this was going through my head and like how you handle this if you're Matt Rule, I thought the biggest challenge that he had in front of him was just the delicate balance that would exist between Holgorsen in this advisory role and then Marcus Satterfield in the offensive staff. And I thought it would be a real challenge for Matt Rule to communicate well and be on the same page with everybody. And that may have just been impossible. And the only way to really do it, if you were going to put a lot of investment, like emotional investment, actual investment with the play calling, running the offense in the hands of Dana Holgorsen, was just to do what they did and just rip off the Band-Aid and say, we're not going to dance around this. It's over for Satterfield as far as running the offense, and Dana has to be in charge. This may have just been the only way to make it work.
Mitch, God, so many questions just coming off of that alone. And so, you know what? I'll ask this one that we got from a listener a little bit ago named Jeff. He says, this is an inflection point in the Rule era. We'll look back at this if he was successful or not. It seems like you agree.
Yeah. I mean, when you're going to oust your OC 11 weeks into the year, 10 weeks into the year, that was last week. That's absolutely, I mean, this is outside of Matt Rule's comfort zone. And we've seen coaches try this kind of a thing, not in such dramatic fashion, but in the off season at Nebraska. And it's gone badly. Like where you feel like it's a move that is needed, but one that also is not necessarily in line with the way that head coach has run things. And, I'm thinking of Bob Diaco as the DC. I'm thinking of Mark Whipple as the OC. And we know how those ended up. It can work. It's not to say that it can't work. And you have to try to be aggressive as a head coach in what you're doing. But I think it's a gamble, and you run the risk of it going badly, very badly, like those two moves did. So that's where Matt Rule's at. He needs this one to work with Holgorsen, and Holgorsen's a good offensive coordinator, a great offensive coordinator in the right situation. Rule and Holgorsen have to make this work, if not in the next 3 games, then certainly in 2025 in a way where their two styles mesh. And I see some potential red flags there. They're both going to have to bend a little bit.
Mitch, this might be an obvious question or answer, but what is the goal of this move in the short term? Why make this move? Why?
Well, like what I said at the beginning, I don't ultimately, unless you just want to do this for window dressing, like bring him in and make it look to the players and look to the fans like you're doing something when you're actually not doing much. Unless that's your motivation, this might have been the only option, because I think if you really want him to have a substantive impact and you really want to give him some kind of control, then it's hard to keep Marcus Satterfield in place.
Yeah.
Like, who's running the offense here? I think that just may have been an impossible thing to pull off. So unless it's just for show, then you got to give him control, even in this situation where he has very little time to get up to speed on what is best for this offense and get a handle on the personnel. I mean, he's going to get help, sure. And Rule talked about how Garrett McGuire can translate the language for him so that he's speaking in a way that the players understand when the play calls come in. And like, that's the easy part. The hard part is for him just to have a handle, and he can watch a lot of film and he can watch practice for, 7 or 8 practices. And I think get a little bit of a sense, but it's going to be difficult for him Saturday at USC to have a great grasp of what is best for this offense. So that's a challenge, but I think it's one that you can't really dip your toe into this. I guess is the lesson to take today from Matt Rule's decision. He made the right call, I suppose, by just going all in, because if the other alternative is to kind of dance around it, then I don't think that's good for Nebraska in this moment.
But can it create problems down the road if it doesn't go well? I see this as potentially a good long-term move, but in the short term, I don't know how much impact it can have. The guy hasn't called plays in this generation with the helmet communication. He has not worked with these players or these coaches. And the thing, all the little minute details that they try to work out during spring ball and how all the communication is going to work from upstairs to downstairs. They have a whole spring and a fall camp to work that out. They got zero of that now. And so you can be a great play caller, but if some of the stuff's getting lost in translation, I don't know. I just think there's the potential that there could be some damage done in just by trying to do this in the short term.
How much worse can it get? I mean, look at Nebraska's offense in the Big Ten. They're scoring 18 points a game. They've lost 3 consecutive games. I think Rule probably felt like most of us that if he didn't do anything, that they were going to be lucky to win another game, and they still might be lucky to win another game. But are they going to be worse offensively? I mean, maybe, but 3 losses is 3 losses. So if you get there with this system, at least you tried. I think the helmet communication actually helped. If he was, it is a new way of calling plays, and Holgorsen hasn't been involved in this kind of an offense at any level. Where you had that, but it's supposed to help. Like, it's supposed to make the communication easier. So to me, if you were dealing with the way where you had to signal plays in and they were coming down from Dana to the sideline and then being signaled in, that would be more difficult than him being able to communicate directly with the quarterback.
Mitch, last week, Matt Rule mentioned for the first time really all year, hey, we need to get to a bowl game, like the importance of making a bowl game. Earlier today on Locked On with Happer, you said that it is a bowl game or bust season. So using all of that as a backdrop, and then the move of Holgorsen, how does Rule view the job right now? Like, how does he view his place in Nebraska football? Because for the first time, I mean, cracks are starting to show. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but it definitely seems like there's an acknowledgement of how they were operating was not the correct way. And maybe even the goals that they had coming in probably were shooting a little bit, high. I wonder if you view it the same way.
Yeah, it's an acknowledgement of the urgency too.
Yeah.
The urgency, and he's not going near the conversation about the roster for next year, but hey, look, it's there. Like it's looming, and you're going to be, whether they win the next 3 or lose the next 3 or some combination of a mix, it's going to be there and be a big topic as soon as the calendar turns to December. So it's November 11th, and you can't just say that like that's not something that we're thinking about, or that's part of the urgency is they have to be able to retain their players, and they have to be able to sign the players who are committed and close on a few others. Like it's really important for Nebraska to make a bowl game. And I do think it's bowl game or bust, just in the, and we Connor and I chatted about this too. Like, okay, what does bust mean? I mean, bust is not like, blow up the whole thing. Like, it's still going to be Matt Rule. It's obviously, but if they bust, that means you're completely, you're flat going into the offseason. You don't have any kind of momentum. It's going to be really hard to get traction with just about anything that you do once the season ends until you get to next September and show it on the field. And that will be made all that much more difficult because you're going to have fought uphill through the whole offseason. So yeah, they have to find a way to get to a bowl game, or they're going to be facing some extreme struggles that impact the offseason and then by just the rollover effect go into next year.
Mitch, if you had to place a wager today based on just the tone of how the question was answered, will Dylan play Saturday or not?
He really, really just kept it vanilla, close to the best.
Yeah.
And then the fact that the players it's not just that they're not having Tony White, or I suppose Dana Holgerson would be the guy to talk tomorrow. They're not doing any of that. They're also not having players talk to the media. And part of that, and Rule spelled this out, because he doesn't want anybody to tip their hand about what they're doing in practice, especially on the offensive side. And I don't think they would just send defensive players up there. So they just decided to cut the whole thing, just keep it locked down and quiet this week. Which, I don't like as a member of the media, but I understand it. And I think it's probably, for this unique scenario, it's probably the right thing for him to do. That kind of leads me to believe that they really don't expect him to play. I guess that's where I'm at, because they're very uncertain about his ability to play this week. If they're making these preparations on Monday, that they're trying to keep everything that they possibly can a secret from USC.
Mitch, how have you viewed the Phil Snow edition? It's so funny how much time we've dedicated to Holgerson, and rightfully so, I think, especially with the news of today. But how did the Snow hiring or addition land to you?
Yeah, I don't think it was much of a change from what they were doing, other than that they had him come to campus. They've been using him as an advanced scout or a consultant, analyst, whatever the word is that you want to use. And obviously there's a longer relationship there, a more in-depth relationship between Rule and Snow. He was his DC at Baylor and Temple and Carolina. So he came in, I don't know if he's even still here, but he came in last week, and that wasn't made clear how long they expect Snow to be here. There weren't a lot of questions about Snow because there was so much about Holgerson, and then kind of, your quarterback's hurt too. Like, let's talk about that. But there's not as much of an issue on the defensive side. Like, I think Nebraska feels confident with Tony White and the defensive staff. So, I think it's apples and oranges with what Phil Snow's doing on the defensive side in comparison to Holgerson. You just give him command of your offense, and you're trying, probably working long hours this week. Not just Rule and Holgerson, but the rest of the offensive staff, to just make sure that they're all together on the same page. None of that's going on with Phil Snow and the defense. And I think that his influence, or the input that they get from Snow, it goes beyond defense. That's his area of expertise. But he's 68 years old. He's been around the game for forever, and he can probably help Nebraska and help Matt Rule with things that would involve special teams or just like overall program operation, in addition to the defensive scheme stuff.
If there were to be a yellow flag, I would wave on this week. And we're going to spend a lot of time, dissecting all the changes on the offensive side. But for USC, they bring in Jaden Mayava, who is a better, in terms of an athlete, more mobile quarterback than Miller Moss. We saw 2 weeks ago what Ethan Garbers could do when the pocket breaks down. Could this quarterback switch be coming at a bad time for Nebraska's defense?
Yeah, I mean, Miller Moss is a good quarterback, and I was kind of surprised when I saw that USC was going with that change, because when I've watched USC this year, I've been impressed with him and like his ability to stand in the pocket and make accurate throws. I don't think he's been their biggest problem by any means.
No,
but it says what they think about Mayava. And I think, they view him, I think, more as the future, a younger guy. And if you're USC right now at 4-5, what are you playing for? I mean, this is not like Nebraska where it's bowl game. They making a bowl game for USC. So what? Like their season's already wrecked. Like the best they can do is 7-5, and that's not what their aspirations were. So they start turning the page to the future now. And USC's probably going to have opt-outs this month, and not if not this game. I mean, players who are just ready to be done, if they've got NFL opportunities, like they're kind of looking at a lost season right now. So I think they're coming off a bye in the same way that Nebraska is, and yes, they want to play well, and they have Notre Dame and UCLA on the schedule, so rival games, but they're also looking more with like an eye toward next season, and that's where the QB change impacts them. How much does he have the full grasp of everything, having not been the starter at any point this year, and this being his first season in the program? I guess we'll find out. But yeah, just from a mobile QB standpoint, and what he did at UNLV, and he was a prolific passer at UNLV also, it is a danger spot for Nebraska on defense.
Mitch Sherman, The Athletic. Well, Mitch, I guess you get tomorrow off from going to Lincoln and covering a press conference.
Yeah. Going to be an unusual Tuesday. More time to sit back and think about this offensive stuff.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Mitch, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Got a lot of responses to the news of today.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up asking Mitch that question. I guess it was less of a question, more of a comment from Jeff. This is an inflection point in the Rule era. We'll look back at this if he was successful or not. I would tend to agree with that. I would tend to agree because I guess the middle ground of this not being an inflection point is he's good and then he moves on, I guess. But that would seem to mean that the program finds itself, on proper footing again because the offense is better. Like this would seem to, if you view this as a panic move in the negative and you like, you're not going to change my opinion, then it seems like you're saying this is the beginning of the end. If you're hoping for obviously the opposite of, yeah, maybe it's an inopportune time, but it shows that, he recognizes a lot of the flaws and the offense gets a whole lot better and it's the beginning of something greater. Perhaps that happens too.
But the question can be asked, can you do damage in the short term that prevents the long term from being successful?
Well, so you've hit on that because there was another question from Danny. Says it's clear why John has reservations about the move. But does he believe it is the right one? If not, what was? Was the right move just standing pat?
I think, I mean, I would be a lot more comfortable today if the announcement would have been, whether it's Satterfield calling plays, whether you change over to Glenn Thomas, but something about how, hey, Dana's going to have a pretty large role in this. He's going to be working towards this. And he wouldn't even have to say, well, he didn't say today. We've implied that the job is his next year. It's not been confirmed in any way.
Matt Rule did say today he wants him to be the coordinator next year.
He wants him to. But, you don't know, where Dana's mind's going to be. Is he just doing this to, get his feet wet again? Who knows? And with the way coaches changes around college football, The thing that makes the move very curious is just given the timing, given that the mechanics of all of this and the familiarity of all of this, it would seem to make more sense if you were going to make a change, you make a change within the staff in the interim, and you can still have Holgorsen around to help guide things or move into this, but to just say, he's the offensive coordinator now is rather jarring. And I'm not saying it can't work, but I see a lot of areas where it can be very complicated and not accomplish what it is you're doing by making the move today. The move is being made today to win a game and get to a bowl game. That is clear.
Yeah.
That's why the move's being made. This isn't we're going to try him out so that next year goes really smoothly. No.
Yeah.
No, you can do that in the offseason, and it'll be fine. This move is being made because they need at least one more win and get to a bowl game. That's why it's being done. And that's fine, but it is very unprecedented to bring someone from completely outside the organization in the organization this late in the game and roll out there with the opportunity to call plays and run the show.
Let me ask it to you from this perspective. Do you make the move because you trust Dana Holgorsen, or do you make the move, or rather, do you not promote Glenn Thomas because you don't trust him? I wonder which side of the argument ultimately Rule landed on, because you say that. Why don't you just promote him? And a lot of people said that. Why don't they just promote Glenn Thomas? So does that say something about him, Thomas, or does it say something else about Dana Holgorsen in terms of how Matt Rule views them? Is this an indictment on Glenn Thomas? Or is it more of a glass half full on Dana Holgorsen?
I don't know, but I think you can also make the argument, what if Satterfield continued calling the plays, but Holgorsen was there to help, or there in the room to help with game planning, to help, with be up in the booth, be another set of eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, certainly that's a possibility as well, which is kind of what I thought this was going to go, to be quite honest with you. Today, I was not expecting.
Michael asked a good question. Pick another school, say Colorado or Texas. Run the scenario. They do the exact same thing Nebraska just did. How do you react?
I mean,
a lot of people would be making fun of them.
Yes, they would.
A lot of people would be making fun of
Yes, they would.
Even if it's Holgorsen.
Yes, they would.
I will admit, that's the one thing that I am like holding on to hope. I don't know. Not a Satterfield guy. It's like this. This whole discussion is so easy for me because it's like, I'm with Mitch. How much worse can it get? I know that you're always like, it can't get worse, and that's true.
Always,
it can.
always
and you know
get
what?
worse. Just when Husker fans think it can't get any worse, it finds
If
a
it
way.
gets worse, then they were probably going to go 0-3 anyway. So it's like,
Sure.
might as well try something. That's how I view this. Might as well try something. Now, is that a
Right,
good reason
but-
to do anything? No.
But then I go back to my original question: can it do harm for the big picture? Because again, in the big picture, I like this move.
Let's unpack that then, because I would want to know, what is the harm? What harm could this do for the program big picture?
Well, I mean, if it goes completely haywire, or people lose, guys transfer, which can happen.
Yeah, I was going to
good or
say,
bad.
how do we
But-
use that? This is proof.
And
of
that's the
any of
thing.
that.
You're not going to be able to prove it, right?
Yep.
You're going to be able to spin it however it is you want.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if you are of the opinion that it can't get worse,
that's me.
That's fine. But usually people in those positions of power do not manage from that standpoint. They do not manage from the standpoint of, well, it can't get any worse. Might as well do this because it can't get any worse. I mean, you could use that same philosophy. Start Jalen Gramstad. It can't get any worse. You could. I
know, but
you
would
could
admit this
explain
is
a lot of.
different.
You could explain a lot of things.
This is different.
that way.
Though. This is different. By the way, a couple people pointed out Colorado did this last year. They did, but in their defense,
it was within their.
Shermer was inside of their organization.
Right.
That's what makes this so crazy. And we
Yeah.
did make fun of Colorado for it.
That's true. This is not a Dana Holgorsen conversation. This is just he's coming in from the outside. He has not worked with this group before, and he's going to have a handful of days to get ready for to pardon the phrase, when the bullets start flying.
Yeah.
Against a team that is as desperate as you are now.
Yeah, for
USC's
sure.
got to win a couple games to get to a bowl.
Yeah.
So that's what makes this all very interesting. And it could be happening with an entirely new quarterback.
That's true.
We don't know if Dylan's going to play.
Yeah, and how about Mitch's answer?
Or not.
He tends to think it will not be Dylan Raiola this week. Interesting.
Coming up, we've got our playoff brackets. We'll have more on this conversation. We got a lot of response. We'll get to that.
Yep.
But Utah's athletic director was mad.
Yes, he was.
Madder than Josh was today.
Yeah, exactly, because I've not been mad today. I've been in a great mood. So you're right. He was madder than me.
I bet he believes in a team of destiny.
No, he doesn't, because he's an athletic director, and athletic directors aren't huge dorks like that.
By the way, I saw this today. Pro Football Reference can search plays back to 1994. Since that day, there have been 10 potential game-winning field goals in the last 10 seconds that were blocked. The one blocked yesterday by the Chiefs was the shortest field goal. Most of them were 50 or 60-yard field goals.
Interesting. Yes,
Kicks,
they're good.
It had to be low to the ground.
Sounds destined.
Sounds almost predestined.
Wow. It's
Like
going It'll be hilarious when they lose their first playoff game this year, and then all that destiny talk goes out the window.
Remember who said that, Chiefs Kingdom?
Yeah, John doesn't believe in you either. Don't let him get on your good side because he's saying the word destiny.
I didn't say I didn't. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, but you don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl, do you?
I didn't say win the Super Bowl.
You don't think
but
they're
I
going to
think
make the Super Bowl,
I think
do you?
they will get there.
You do?
It's either them or dun 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 dun. Back
Steelers.
after this, 16-20 the zone.
Hey, don't forget.
Nope.
25th anniversary interviews.
Oh, yes. Many.
Michael's dropped today. Feedback's been awesome. People really seem to enjoy it.
I'm glad they do.
Yeah, Michael has some great stories. We just heard one of the lovely promos for it.
I'm
Nick
glad
did a great job with
that
that.
they're investing
I
the
assume you did
time
that.
to watch all of them.
Yeah, me too.
In their full-length glory.
You can check out
Watch it whatever length you want, folks.
the playlist on our 1620 The Zone TV YouTube channel.
There you go. There was a comment that came in a few moments ago from Jeff. Love these podcasts. There you go.
Heck
The
yeah.
folks are digging them. Folks are digging them.
We dig you, folks.
Yep. That's why we've been doing this for 25 years.
Well, Saturday,
boy.
Utah AD Mark Harlan was not digging the Big 12. You know, for a long time, people around these parts thought the Big 12 had it out for Nebraska and thought that they were giving Texas way too many breaks.
Yeah.
With
yeah.
the on-field officiating.
Well, they're gone
officiating.
now, so you can't give them breaks.
But at the end of, or near the end of the Holy War on Saturday night, undefeated BYU trailing by 2 deep in their own end. 4th down, pass falls incomplete. And a flag comes out, and we get defensive holding, keeps the drive alive. BYU takes advantage, gets down the field, makes the game-winning kick. Ball game over.
Destiny.
BYU undefeated.
I think I got the predictions point for that one.
Utah covered. Right? It was 3. Utah covered.
No.
I think it was 3. 3.5.
I would have to look.
I think
if I didn't get that, then I will be mad.
It was for sure close.
I will be mad. You wanted me to be mad today? You got it.
Madder.
Maybe you just weren't destined to get it, Josh.
Damn it!
Madder. Okay, you're making me look now, damn it.
The look boy.
Oh, yeah, Utah got the point because BYU was favored by 3.
Let's go. So you got that, didn't you, Nick?
No,
you
I picked the
BYU?
Super Soakers.
He took BYU.
Oh, that's right, you
he
did.
took BYU.
Yeah, nice.
Glad you said something because I had accidentally given everybody a point.
Oh,
Damn it.
Interesting.
I shouldn't
Maybe
have
you should
spoken.
relook at all of those in predictions, John.
I am. I'm going to go and recount the vote.
Thank you, John.
Josh still had a bad week.
Damn it!
And I didn't.
I'm mad again.
But that's not the point. The point is
you
this.
hanging out down with me now?
Speaking of being mad,
After the game, the AD, this is not common.
No.
The AD came in, I believe it was before Whittingham spoke.
This was right after, it was certainly right after he was in the locker room.
Yeah.
Right after he was in the locker room.
And he came out and he got in front of the mic in the press room and said, wow, there's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
This.
For 12 years, this game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
And he gets up and he walks out. By the way, good luck talking to the commissioner who'll be busy trying to create some goofy gimmick
Are there
that he's noted for
Nice
because he has
reference.
Larry Scott 2.0.
So I know coaches aren't supposed to criticize officiating. Or do ADs just have free reign?
No, they
Oh.
don't. Nick, he was then fined. They announced this yesterday. $40,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which for an AD, like,
That's big.
you know, if like Nick Saban got fined $40,000, I'm like, okay, who cares? But AD, you know, I don't
Yeah.
think he makes $1 million. So that's a pretty hefty fine
It is a
for,
hefty fine.
for him. Now, he in his statement, and I mentioned a few minutes ago, yeah, it was right after the locker room, because that was in his statement. He said that he was in the locker room with the players. There was a lot of emotion in the locker room with the players. And so he came out and he was really mad, and he did that. I thought the call was the right call, though. Like, I don't
let him hear that.
have an issue with the call.
I mean, I watched it, and I watched it several times. Brock Osweiler was doing the game, the analyst on ESPN. He said it was a good call at the time. Now, maybe I was letting that influence me a little bit. And there wasn't a. I mean, they had a wide shot of it. It was like almost an all 22 shot of it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like an ISO cam on it. So you really couldn't get a great look at it. And I know some people tried to blow it up and, you know, zoom in on it. I've seen a lot of calls that decide a game, and that one, I mean, that didn't rise to the level of, oh my God, what a horrific call. In my opinion.
If Tom Osborne, and I know he would never have done that, but if he would have done that in 2009, like, okay, I guess I understand. If he was still the AD in 2010, if he would have done that after the A&M game, if he, I just am ready. That's a bad Tom Osborne. You could probably do a better one than me. But if he would have came in there and said that, it's a big deal. They got the calls wrong. It's a big deal. Like I would have done like that. That makes sense because it was a horrible night of officiating. This call didn't seem to warrant that. Seemed like a guy who let the moment get to him a little too much.
But I mean, to come out and say I was proud to be in the Big 12 and I'm not now, you just joined the league. There hasn't been hardly any water go under the bridge.
Yeah.
To have experience. I mean, at least when Nebraska started complaining about the Big 12 officiating, A, it was close to the divorce, but B, it was several years down the road.
Yeah, for sure.
So there had been some scars built up. Here it's just like we're all still brand new.
Yeah.
This is like going off on the spousal unit for, you load the dishwasher like crap on your honeymoon. It's like, wow, that went
it's
crazy.
not even our home. It's an Airbnb, dear.
You got Josh mad that quick.
I don't like this new bit. Dave Fight says, is the Utah AD mad that a flag was thrown in the final minute when most expect to be able to get away with anything?
Well, I mean, that's always part of it. You hate to have, because in the moment, it was like, oh my God, we stopped them. We're going to win the game. It's euphoric. And then, there's a flag on the field. Those are always the worst.
Oh, they definitely are.
Which is why I have developed this habit when a big play happens in a pivotal moment at the end of the game. I actually hesitate reacting because I'm always afraid that stupid little yellow flag thing will pop up and will negate the call.
Well, what do? You always listen for the announcers. You listen for those 2 words, no flags.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, thank God I can cheer.
Because officiating has gotten so atrocious.
Nice.
That, quite frankly, I don't trust you.
Wow.
I don't trust you.
So
you're not trustworthy.
Mark Harlan has been the AD for this team for 6 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is this with the break? Why is this when he cracks?
Well,
I mean, this was a big game to them.
Yeah, the Holy War.
Right.
This is their rivalry.
But how come every other Holy War he hasn't cracked like this?
They haven't been playing as much.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
and also they were winning.
Yeah.
They're having a bad year.
Yeah. I mean, Utah would have reveled in spoiling BYU's perfect season.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't happen.
Yeah. I was rooting for him. I was rooting for Utah.
I now regret falling asleep. I wish I would have watched the
I know. I went to bed too, and I woke up and I was like, they lost. And then I saw the video. I was like, he freaked out.
And he said that?
What? Yeah, indeed.
It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Texas, I saw this today. A friend of John Rook. You've worked with John or Nick. He's the voice of Providence.
Oh, I have.
Yeah.
What a good guy.
He's a Texas guy. He's a Longhorn guy. He tweeted something today. Today is the anniversary of the first Hook'em horn sign.
Hook'em?
Yeah. 1955. On this date, a cheerleader
Oh, wow.
named Harley Clark introduced the signal at a pep rally.
Wow. Good job, Harley Clark.
Up until then, I mean, the idea of Hook'em had been around for a while. They'd always kind of used that, but they never used the hand gesture. And they were messing around, like making, how back then there wasn't a lot of things. TV was only in black and white.
Wasn't Twitter yet.
There wasn't Twitter.
Email.
They were making hand puppets on the wall, and someone made the gesture. Say, "Wait a minute, that looks like a
horn.
Looks like a longhorn steer."
Yeah.
And they introduced it at the pep rally, and now we know it today as horns down.
Isn't it wild how organic things can happen back then?
I just think it's cool that there's an actual, because a lot of these little traditions, there's like
they're lost to legend.
Yeah, they're debate as to when it actually started.
Sure.
But it's kind of cool that something like this, it has an actual start date. And they actually have a picture. I tweeted it out from the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page of the first time the cheerleaders were up there showing Hook'em horns.
This is how it's done.
And it's such a popular concept that it was destined to happen.
It was. It was like destiny. And
I'm going to call your mom and say Nick needs to go to church next time he's with you because he suddenly believes in destiny.
Hold on a second.
Church boy. Interesting, Nick.
You could argue
interesting
that people
man of science believes in destiny.
People in the Bible were predestined to do a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So time for you to start going to church again. Proud of you, Nick. I'm proud of you. About damn time. About darn time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Who needs to go to church now? Angry boy.
About darn time. What do you Google
Oh my.
What, John?
Do you realize that the Hook'em horn sign was invented on November the 11th, 1955? The Enchantment Under the Sea dance was November 12th, 1955. So this happened the day before the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
Now that's pretty good.
Happy Horn Day.
That's pretty good.
And happy Marty McFly Saves His Family Day.
My dad points out organic like One Beer Friday. Remember how that just came to be out of nowhere?
Yeah, but we don't even remember the date.
I know.
Same with
Sometime
dumb
I'm
debates.
pretty sure it was in
summer.
August of 2017.
I thought it was in July.
I think it was the summer of 2017. But why? No idea.
I hope Harley knows the impact she's had on everything.
Wow, 1955.
Yeah, the day before the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
John had just gotten out of diapers.
That's not funny.
Mm.
But unlike Josh, I'm not going to overreact and get my blood pressure up.
I told you why I was actually mad during the break.
Yes, you did.
Actually mad.
More comments on Dana Holgerson, the move today.
So many comments.
We'll get to them next. And if you want to weigh in, please do so. 402-951-1620. We will also have our playoff bracket.
That was the play.
Look at that
I
destiny.
haven't seen any of this game, so can we rewind it?
No.
DVR.
Thank God
here,
it's
is it?
not.
Damn.
It's not your DVR, John.
I was kind of hoping.
That was the play that I laughed the whole game. Oh, good. You don't even get to see a replay.
Oh,
Good
look,
Lord.
and it's dark enough in the stadium now where the team's not.
Yeah, thank God
blinded.
the sun eventually set.
They should have put a shade up.
Did you see the thing
close
from
the
today's?
blinds.
Hey, did you see
Yo.
the thing from today's press conference? Mike McCarthy, because the sun is shining, they put a little thing so it doesn't get in his face. Interesting, Cowboys. You idiots. Ugh. Oh man, I hate him so much.
Josh wouldn't do this because he's not a violent person, but still, Mr. Banks, I would hide if I were you. Just in case.
Dude,
Just in
would
case.
never do anything to Mr. Banks. But
I know
during
you
Cowboys
wouldn't.
games, he does not like being in the living room
I
with my
know.
reaction. Though, you know what? Now they suck so much, I just sit there and I laugh.
The wife tweeted out a picture yesterday. See, I'm never home when I'm calling Creighton games.
I laugh.
Wrigley starts barking.
Oh.
She doesn't do it with any other sport. It must be because she hears my voice and is wondering where I am.
That's awesome. That's
The
pretty
only
cool.
thing I can think of.
Wrigley, get down.
But I'm not there to comfort her. Either that or she thinks I'm angry because I'm.
You're going.
But I'm not.
Classic John,
Because
always
unlike-
angry.
Because unlike Josh, I'm not always angry. 1620 the zone.
Shigori writes, John claiming to not get angry, just say the previous play is under review. And it wasn't a coach's challenge. It was a buzzer from upstairs.
All of that's stupid. All of that is stupid. Again, I've girded myself against it. Now I'm just like, okay, I'm waiting for the stupid flag. Where's the stupid flag? Come on, ref, ruin this moment for me, you stupid jerk.
Nice. Brandon tweets in on the JTech Instructions on Twitter feed, reading the cesspool that is social media, the overwhelming comment I've seen is Coach Rule looks like a defeated coach. So would gather the sentiment is this is a desperation move.
I think one of the things, unless it's just so obvious about body language, is you can read anything into it that you want to.
Yeah, for sure. I will say
so
this.
I will say, I just watching the press conference today, I would have said that last week more about Rule than I would have said this week. This week he seemed like he was encouraged, like, oh, this is a good thing. Hey, look at me.
So we watched it live. I watched it live, and then we played some of the audio earlier.
Yeah.
And in re-listening to it, I was like, oh wow, he doesn't really sound as. Look, I don't think he can really be confident right now. It's a group that I think has surprised him in all the worst ways throughout most of the season, especially the last month. So I think that fits.
402-951-1620. Thoughts on Holderson? Here's Nate. Hi, Nate.
Hey, Nate.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. You guys were talking about that Utah AD, and that's reactive leader, right? Who comes out there emotional. I don't think that's Rule. I think this move has been in the works for a while. If we brought Satterfield back next year, who would be happy with that? Right? Nobody.
No.
And so it was kind of a foregone conclusion that Satterfield needed to move on, and we needed to find a new answer. And if you're running a business and you have a manager or an executive who's not cutting it, why the hell would you want to have him stick around in that role, right? You want to make that change, but most people don't, because they don't feel like they have enough trust built up from all of their managers and the rest of their team to do something like Rule is doing. The fact that Rule can do this, to me, makes me feel like he's got that kind of trust. And there's been other signs, right? He's the type of leader who really does earn a lot of trust from people who work for him, that he can bring in a new leader, a new OC, and still retain Satterfield, and let this be the beginning of improvement rather than just continuing to work with somebody who is not succeeding. And if Dana's the right person, he's going to be able to make this work, because he's going to know like what it's going to take to be effective. It's going to have to be collaborative. He's not going to come in here and he's going to manage the rest of the season really well. And he seems to be a pretty mature guy, has a lot of experience. And if it doesn't work, probably a good sign that it's not the right answer for us long-term anyways. So I think this is a big sign of good leadership for Rule. I don't think he's desperate. I think he's in control. I think he's seen enough that he knows this is not easy. Not easy at all. I'm sure it's taken an emotional toll, because the reason he has the trust of his coaches is because he cares about them. He genuinely does. And as far as like what it looks like from the outside, A, who gives a darn, but B, when Ferentz was the Iowa OC, right? Remember that?
Yep. Brian.
And he was a pile of garbage, and everybody knew it. And we were riding it. If it halfway or 3 games left in the season, Iowa got a big name like Dana and brought him on board, I don't think any of us would be sitting here thinking like, oh, Iowa's that. I mean, everybody knew that Ferentz wasn't the guy. I think there would be a little bit of like, oh, good get. Maybe they're going to be a threat. We'll don't know what they're going to look like this year, but they're for sure going to be better next year. And I think that Rule knows that, yes, Dana's not going to be able to have the full impact, but the fact that he's here with recruiting and recruits right now, we lost a guy this weekend. It's a matter of also managing expectations going forward. So I think it's a good move. I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you for the call, Nate.
Sure. My again, it's just in the mechanics of how it's all going to work. There is, and it doesn't have to be a bad thing, but there is a level of desperation in this move, in my opinion.
It's definitely a desperate move. As Icon writes, bringing in an outsider to work as a coordinator in season is basically unheard of. Yeah,
it is. I mean, it does not happen unless it's a change from within or a head coach takes back the play calling responsibility. So you saw Bo do that, with defense.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's people who are already familiar with everybody and everything, and it's just a different set of eyes that are doing it. This is someone who's coming from outside. This is someone who just a few weeks ago was working with TCU.
Mm-hmm.
And we would be wanting that ability to get used to everything, get used to the lay of the land, get used to the people. And none of that's going to happen. It's all going to be like meatball surgery crash course. Here we go. Now, Holgorsen may be a very good play caller and, can handle some of those things, but you do wonder how much gets lost in translation, how much gets lost in the transition between languages and the playbook. And I know that Rule talked today about how the other coaches have been very cooperative, and that's all well and good. But it's different when you're sitting in a meeting room. It's another thing when you're up in the box and that play clock is going tick, 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 tick. Oh, and they got another team too that's doing things that's making you adjust to what you need to do. It's just there's a lot going on here. And so I again, big picture, long term, I think it's very exciting. Short term, for what it's meant to accomplish this year, it is meant to get Nebraska to a bowl game. Make no mistake about it. This is meant to get Nebraska to a bowl game.
So do you think that they're now less likely to make a bowl game today than they were yesterday?
I don't know.
Because if the answer is yes, if they're less likely, then it's the wrong move. If the answer is no, then it's the right move. If the answer is I don't know, then we're going to find out in the final 3 games.
Well, we are, but we got to, and obviously, like everything else, I got to see it first.
For sure.
I'd like to see how it's going to look this week. And if there are any noticeable changes.
A couple comments along the same lines, but these are big picture more than they are present. Wade writes, what if Rule was starting to hear from players that if stuff stayed the same, then they were going to leave in the offseason? Along those lines, Zell writes, don't think that a certain father might have had some input on this since he's gone this year since how it's gone this year with his son and his future.
All those things are possible, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you can still placate those folks by saying, "Hey, we're going to make this move. It's going to come at the end of the season."
Yeah. Kyle writes, it is a very reactionary move, but at least he's not just burying his head in the sand. You must move swiftly or risk losing your job. That's reality of college football. That's ultimately where I fall on this. Where
but Rule's wasn't going to lose his job.
No. But if he thinks this makes them more likely to win 6 games, if they lose,
there's no question he does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it.
Because if they lose out, next year I don't know what next year would look like. Hot seat, certainly. So you're not going to lose his job now, but if you keep a guy and it causes you to lose your job in the future, this is a move that we're going to look back on, and it's going to tell a story. One way or the other, it is very much going to tell a story about Nebraska football.
Tony said, obviously, this has been a year in the making. When he was here in January, he wasn't ready to get back on the horse. Now he is. And sure, that is certainly possible, but then, Matt Rule, as recently as last Monday, still talked about what his philosophy is on offense. And then today it was like, well, I need someone to come in and challenge me.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to be more conservative. He tends to be an aggressive play caller. And so this is Matt Rule getting out of his comfort zone, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do have to get out of your comfort zone if you want things to change.
Definitely.
But it wasn't that. It was just a few short days ago where it was, well, if we were just only better at doing this, then we would be a better football team. And now it's like, well, that's off to the side. Here's a new way of doing things, and we're doing it today. Mm-hmm. Not next week, not the week after, not next season. Today.
Yeah.
Here is Andrew on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline before we hit the happy hour. Hello, Andrew.
How are you doing?
Good.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, John, I know you're a fan of another team here in town, and you're usually not this negative. But, here we are complaining that Staffield's terrible and he's got to go. And then we get a massive improvement, and we're still poo-pooing it. I feel like you got to give this guy a chance. And
yeah,
I mean, not always look on the downside of things.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Great phone call.
First of all, Andrew, your logic is flawed. Well, it
It is not
is.
flawed.
You're okay. First of all, this has nothing to do with basketball.
No, I know.
So why are
I
we
know,
even
but
bringing that part up? So that's the first thing.
You're
And the
usually in
second
good
thing,
spirits
Andrew, is
about
what I am bringing up is I'm not saying this is a bad move for next year.
Don't sound happy.
Ho. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this could be a very good move for next season. But to bring somebody in 75% through the season to get a win, I have questions about it. And that's what I'm doing today is I am asking the questions. And I'm sorry if my asking questions is casting some doubt on whether or not this was a right move today. I'm asking questions.
I mean, would you have been happy with Stafford staying pat? I mean, he was terrible.
He was pretty stinky, Andrew. Good take.
I'm not,
Good take, Andrew.
I'm not happy with anything this team is doing. Here's one thing Dana Holgerson's probably not going to be able to do is get those damn receivers to block. Maybe he could if he can. If he can, man, he is a miracle worker.
He was a wide receivers
John,
coach.
Somebody drank some haterade today, and I think it's you. Hating on.
I would
on
almost,
Nebraska.
if I didn't know you so well, Andrew, I would argue that you're Josh trying to troll. Let's not take our eyes off the prize of who's really angry today.
Interesting.
It's Josh.
Nice to hear from another listener who recognizes the mood that you're in today, John, about this glorious hire from Matt Rule, the head coach of the University of Nebraska. Satterfield defender John. Just got to keep defending him. Very, very sad.
I was never a Satterfield defender. What are you talking
Sure
about?
seems like you are right now, though.
Well, coming up next, it's the happy hour, or as Josh calls it, the hour of hate. No, Doug, we're not doing the hour
We're
of
not.
hate.
Somebody tweeted me today. Could you bring back the hour of hate? No. Now, you want me in a bad mood? Ask me to bring back the hour of hate. The answer is N-O.
What if we brought back the hour of hate?
No, I'd rather bring back the draft.
What if we brought back the hour of hate and then edited it down into smaller segments?
That's a good idea.
It sounds like a glorious idea.
I'm really good at that.
Yeah, we know you are. You have a lot of practice.
More on this move and our playoff brackets.
What? Brackets?
Yeah, we got playoffs, baby.
Yeah, one of the parts about this topic that is, there's something that annoys me about it, and I'll explain. I'm in a good mood, though. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood, but there's one thing that will annoy me.
On 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Are you okay to say it, or it would be too ironic if you did?
We're in a great mood, and the happy hour is on the air. No, they haven't even lost. Oh wait, is this about the Cowboys? Thank you, Nick. Thank you.
You guys have been in a poo-poo mood all day. I've been the only one in a great mood
I've been
today.
in an awesome mood.
John was cranky at the beginning. You're cranky at the end.
Yeah, well, you know why I'm cranky.
Is this a preemptive happy hour for tomorrow after?
John, I'm
Tua's
not
brain
sad
gets
about the
scrambled?
Dolphins losing because I already know they're going to lose.
There you go.
That's the
I
trick.
I hope you're right.
You
Or
hope
else
you
I-
don't have to
Or
hope.
else I will be in a bad mood tomorrow.
If the Rams lose to the Dolphins, I would be questioning your team.
That'd be pretty funny.
I
It's a
would
tough
be-
look, John.
I would
Second
be
best
too.
team in the NFC, the Los Angeles Rams.
It's you. Remember that was you last week.
It's like if the Rockies
I mean, it's
win a
just
series
the
against a good team.
Washington lost. Philadelphia didn't play anybody, apparently.
Did
It's
you-
still positive.
I think it might be Arizona. Didn't they beat the Rams by like $1 billion?
Well, somebody.
People were hurt.
Somebody actually picked that game correctly.
Which game?
The Cardinals.
Yeah, I know. I picked it wrong.
Vegas messing with
I blame
people's
Todd.
minds.
I know.
Vegas messing with people's minds.
Did they win or lose?
The Cardinals won by a lot. They destroyed the Jets.
Yeah,
the Jets looked worse than the Cowboys yesterday.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
It was really
And
bad.
they didn't even have the excuse of, oh, the sun, it was so bright. I couldn't
Yeah.
see."
And they saw their quarterback.
They do.
Wow.
Dallas doesn't.
Well,
I thought Nick was going
tomorrow,
to talk some more.
no.
I didn't know what to say.
All right.
Tomorrow we get the second playoff bracket release.
Yes.
I'll be curious to see if there's any changes. Of course, there were some
Well, there will be.
significant,
The
there were
second
some
playoff
significant
bracket
games.
has hit.
Georgia fell again.
They looked like crap.
Alabama rolled. Pardon the pun. BYU escaped.
Don't forget about Miami.
Miami losing.
Miami had been playing with fire for weeks, and it finally bit them.
So Iowa
Indiana
State losing.
won,
Again.
Yeah.
but ooh,
Hey, you know what? We don't apologize for
To
wins in the Big Ten.
Kansas. How do you lose to Kansas?
Kansas has good players. They were supposed to be good this year, Nick.
they were supposed
We
to
had
be
them in
good.
25 teams and 25 Grums.
We did.
They're like UCLA. They're turning it on at the not the right time, but at a time. They're turning it on at a time.
This was a particularly difficult exercise for me because now we're going to give you what we would do if we were the committee. This would be our playoff bracket. This is not what we're predicting.
And real quick, when we say bracket, this is our top 12.
Yes.
We are putting together
Now,
our top 12.
For me to reconcile some things, I did rank a couple of teams behind, but yes, these are the brackets.
Okay.
I was just doing it to try to get.
I gave John my top 12, and then I gave him my highest ranked G5 because my highest ranked G5, Boise, is not in my top 12. They have also been playing with fire. They are not
Mhm.
running away and hiding.
Mm,
Ashton Genty is like, dude, the fact that their passing offense is as bad as it is, given how they are defended, how Genty is defended, is pretty bad. So we have my bracket up, and John also put my top 12. And so you see my top 12. I have two Big Ten teams to start. I have Oregon and I have Ohio State. I think that those two teams have completely separated themselves from, honestly, the rest of the country. I think that those two teams have the best combination of eye test and resume of anybody else in college football. Because the third team I have is Texas. And the issue with Texas is they very much do pass the eye test when I watch them on a week in and week out basis for the most part. Their resume leaves a lot to be desired. Who's their best win again? I know we've done this every week.
Yeah.
Who's their best win? I don't even remember who it is right now.
According to
Michigan?
K Ford,
It can't be Michigan. Yeah, I guess according to K Ford, who is their best win?
I think it's Oklahoma.
Yeah, and Oklahoma sucks. You see how they lost? You see that end of that game versus Missouri? Yikes.
I watched.
Yeah, they're not very good.
It was good. Texas. Where are you, Texas? There you are.
Who's their best win?
Yeah, Oklahoma.
Yeah, and Oklahoma, what are they ranked?
According to K Ford, they're 24.
Yeah, sorry, I'm out on computers. I have Indiana number 4, and that is certainly a combination of like blitzing almost everybody. Now they've beaten everybody except for one team by 14 or more points. They certainly did not play very good against Michigan, but I'm rewarding them for their dominating performances. I went Tennessee as the next one-loss team. They have the win over Alabama, which I feel like that one is going to age better by the week. They have the game versus Georgia upcoming. See, this area, like, I want to reward winning. I do not want to just do the like, well, Alabama, they'd probably be favored. No, I want to reward winning. I want to reward winning games.
But who have you beaten?
I just told you who Tennessee's beaten, Alabama.
What's the best non-conference Big Ten win?
Best non-conference Big Ten win?
What if I told you it was Boise State?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Big Ten. My bad. I don't know why.
No. That's what I'm saying. The Big Ten conference's best.
Oh, yeah, duh. Yeah, it is. It's Oregon over Boise State. Yeah.
Or it could be Nebraska over Colorado.
That is looking fairly well.
But of these teams that we're considering,
Notre Dame has the best non-conference win of any team, right? Do they? They beat Texas A&M.
Texas A&M.
I'm trying to think. BYU beat SMU. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, I had Tennessee 5. I had Notre Dame 6. I had Penn State 7. I had BYU 8. I do not buy into BYU. I had Ole Miss 9 because now I got into the 2-loss teams and Miami. So I have Ole Miss 9. I have Alabama 10. And then I went with Miami 11. And I had Georgia at 12. So Georgia
would be on the outside of the bracket right now.
Because Boise State would get in as the highest ranked G5. So my 1 seed is Oregon, 2 is Texas, 3 is BYU, 4 seed is Miami. 5-12 matchup is Ohio State hosting Boise. 8-9 matchup is Notre Dame hosting Penn State. 6-11 matchup is Indiana hosting Alabama. And 7-10 is Tennessee and Ole Miss. The game would be in Knoxville, and that's a game we have not seen, nor will we see.
No.
Over the course of any other games this year.
So what Josh has done here, this is going to be very close to looking like how the real bracket will. Well, I shouldn't say very close, but closer than what mine would look like.
So what did you do? Because I did.
Well,
did you do best teams?
Here's mine. Now we agree on the top 2, Oregon and Ohio State. You are right. Yeah. They have the best. They have the best resumes. Now again, Ohio State didn't play anyone in the non-conference, and Oregon's best win is Boise State, which is good win, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I actually put Tennessee ahead of Texas, mainly on the strength that they've beaten Alabama.
Sure.
And Texas doesn't have a great win. So some of this is semantics. Like, for example, I have SMU in as the ACC rep, not Miami, because SMU is undefeated in the conference.
So you think SMU is better than Miami?
And they have a better resume than Miami does.
Interesting.
Miami's been playing with fire.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to argue that.
SMU, on the other hand, they've got a couple of quality wins.
Their pit win is not going to be as good because...
Not as good, but they've got a Louisville win, which Miami has.
Yeah.
And their loss to BYU is better than Miami's loss, which was Georgia Tech.
Definitely true.
So that's why. So
okay.
Some of this is semantics.
Okay.
But then...
You have BYU 4.
I have BYU 4.
Wow, so we are way different on BYU because I have BYU 8. Why do you like BYU that much?
Well, I'm giving them credit for being undefeated, so I'm rewarding winning. But they also have 2 top 20 K-Ford wins, SMU and Kansas State.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Kansas State win is very much aging well because Kansas State is a top 20 team.
Which is something Texas does not have.
No.
Which is why I've got them ahead of Texas. So again, it was hard. It was hard for me to try to come up with consistency from top to bottom. It really was hard.
Honestly, I appreciate you not really going just pure wins and losses. Though I am surprised that you have Bama ahead of Indiana.
I have Bama ahead of Indiana because Alabama has got the win. They've got 3 wins over top 20 teams.
Georgia.
Which is Georgia,
LSU,
and
top 20 team.
Well, again, I was using K Ford as a guide.
Who's the other one? Who are we forgetting right now?
The other one is South Carolina, which is another top. Again, this is another reason why these conversations are going to get real interesting over the next few weeks because we talked about it earlier. The middle of the Big Ten is mush.
Yeah.
The middle of the SEC
is mush, but with numbers next to it. See,
better mush than the Big Ten.
Probably.
South Carolina, I would take South Carolina over any of the middle teams in the Big Ten right now.
Are you looking too much at helmets? Or are you thinking too much? Like, one team has 2 losses and the other has 0. One team has played with fire in a lot of these games, and the other has beaten everybody except for one team.
I probably wouldn't have had this if Indiana hadn't have tried to lose that game against Michigan. That is a bad Michigan team.
Alabama tried to lose the game against South Carolina. They did lose the game
but
against
South Carolina
Vanderbilt.
Better than Michigan, in my opinion.
They lost to Vanderbilt.
That is true. I mean, that's, again, hard to be consistent. It really is hard to be consistent. But watching Indiana versus Michigan, I came away thinking, man, do I trust these guys when it comes to next week at Ohio? It'll be very fascinating. Not out on Indiana as the first person in on Indiana. But when it came to the resume, Alabama's resume, far, far better than Indiana. Penn State at 8. Ole Miss 9. Georgia 10. SMU 11. And I don't have Notre Dame currently in the playoff. Notre Dame's 12th. And again, hard to be consistent. But when you look, and I'm kind of looking at the argument right now of really it's like Ole Miss, Georgia versus Notre Dame, right?
Yep.
Because you're talking about a couple of 2-loss teams and a 1-loss team. Well, obviously Notre Dame's got that albatross around their neck called Northern Illinois. Notre Dame has some good wins, A&M, Louisville.
They have the best every game for Notre Dame is non-conference. They have one of the best, if not the best, non-conference wins in the entire sport. It's either them or Oregon over Boise.
Right, but
how do you have that behind SMU?
Of course, every game is a non-conference game to Notre Dame.
No, I know. How do you have them behind SMU? What do you like about SMU more than Notre Dame?
SMU doesn't have a stinker of a loss.
No, they don't.
That's Notre Dame's biggest problem right now. So to me, the argument was, do I leave? If I can't leave Georgia in without putting Ole Miss ahead of them because Ole Miss beat them head-to-head.
Yes.
Head-to-head matters.
And they dominated the game. Frankly, they dominated the football game.
They dominated that game. This is one of those areas where these next few weeks, the SEC could either clean up this whole mess for us or they could make it even muddier, right?
Sure.
Like Georgia winning this week over Tennessee.
That makes it muddier.
Would continue to muddy this because Georgia right now, their losses are to the number 1 ranked team in K4 at Alabama and the number 4 ranked team, Ole Miss. They've got the most impressive road win of the season at Texas.
Yeah, you could make an argument.
And they dominated that game. And 8 of their 9 opponents are inside K4's top 36.
Yeah, if you want to look at best wins that playoff contenders have, they have either the first or the second best win.
Mm-hmm.
And the only other one is Oregon over Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a home game, like you said, whereas Georgia had to go into Austin.
Yeah.
And they won that game in Austin. But they've also lost twice. And this last week, they put up a real stink bomb, and their offense has, speaking of mush, it's kind of turned into mush.
Yeah.
They do not pass the eye test. I do not watch Georgia beyond seeing the G and Kirby on the sidelines and think, yeah, that's a great team.
Mm-hmm.
I keep waiting for it to happen because they've earned my respect. But this year's version, nowhere near the 21 and 22 versions that won national championships, and definitely not as good as last year either. They've taken a massive step back. But they will certainly get analytically rewarded because the computer numbers love the SEC. It really does. And how much of that is built off of like something that is real versus how much of it is built off of something that's pretend? You know, how much of it's built off of recruiting reputation and how much of it is built off of actual good football? They have 4 non-conference games. They all these teams get to add a non-conference win that Big Ten schools do not because they play 9 conference games. You know, so like a lot of these records, what if, in Iowa, they're not very good anymore, but what if they suddenly had 1 extra win? What if a lot of these Big Ten teams had 1 extra win? Aaron Papillion writes, Tennessee got beat by a team that got beat by Oklahoma State. Yeah, they lost to Arkansas. in Arkansas, lost to Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma State sucks. So what do you? That's one of the worst losses of any of the play. It's not as bad as Notre Dame's, right? That's the worst of the playoff contenders.
Oh,
Is that
yeah,
the worst
by far.
loss?
By far. You're basically losing a bye game.
Yeah.
At home. See, that's the thing but again, it's hard to try to have some certain principles and be consistent because of the contradictions that exist in almost every team.
What were those things that you tried to do? What were the things the principles that you tried?
I tried to reward teams that have played other good teams. I tried to reward teams that beat good teams, and
punish bad losses.
Punish bad losses.
Yeah.
And not that there's a ton of bad losses out there.
There's really not. For now, at least, there's not.
But Notre Dame certainly does hold out. And listen, as
I was going to say,
Mr. Marcus Freeman
and you're
here,
a Catholic, as Sindelar pointed out. No Notre Dame, some Catholic you are, John.
I know. But I would love to be a fly on the wall to hear how the committee debates these teams. And these debates are only going to get stronger as these SEC teams continue to just feed off of the perceived strength of their league. This was something I wanted to look at today. But this is, of all the contenders in the Power Four conferences, who else are they playing amongst the other contenders, right?
Yeah.
And if you look in the Big Ten, Ohio State is the only team among the top four in the Big Ten that are going to play every other team.
Yep.
Oregon, Penn State, Indiana. Indiana, Penn State, and Oregon, all they have is Ohio State. That's it.
Yeah, what if you're saying maybe Oregon can get a different team, that means you're rooting for Indiana to win versus Ohio State, because then Indiana would go to the Big Ten championship game and play Oregon. But there is a world where Oregon just plays Ohio State twice and they play no other contenders. And you know what? If they lose in the playoff early, that will certainly be a reason that people look back on and say, oh man, they just were not challenged enough in the regular season. And part of that, you can't control that, Michigan sucks this year. So they didn't get to play Michigan, or they didn't get to play a good Michigan team. They didn't play Penn State. And let's face it, the rest of the conference just has that large middle.
Same thing with the ACC. Louisville is the only team that everyone else has played.
That is crazy.
Now in the SEC, there's a little more cross-pollination. Georgia will play 4 of the other 5 contenders. You have Texas, Tennessee, A&M, Ole Miss, and Alabama, along with Georgia, who are still all alive for the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
And Georgia is the only team that plays 4 of the other 5. Alabama plays 2 of the other 5, Georgia and Tennessee. Tennessee plays Alabama and Georgia. Texas plays Georgia and will play Texas A&M. A&M only has to face Texas. Ole Miss only had to play Georgia.
Yeah, so part of this, too, is other teams falling off. Like in the Big Ten, Iowa has now lost two games in their last 3, and suddenly they are out of the playoff race. If they would have remained in it, because who did they lose to? This last week, they just, on Saturday, why can I not remember? Who did Iowa just lose to? They lost to UCLA. And who did they lose to in the game
Michigan
before?
State.
So, look, they've lost to teams that aren't in the playoff race. And so there's a world where we're saying, hey, Iowa has also played, well, you know what that would have been? Another feather in the cap for Ohio State, because Iowa played them, but I don't believe that they played Penn State this year, and I don't believe they played Oregon this year. It's funny, too, what this shows is I think we are way undervaluing the Big 12, because that's a league that is probably looking at just getting one bid, even though there are 6 contenders for the conference championship still, and there's a good amount of cross-pollination between those
there's
6.
some. K-State will play literally all of the other 5 contenders.
That's wild.
BYU, Colorado, West Virginia, Arizona State, and Iowa State. BYU will play 2 of the other 5. Iowa State and West Virginia will play 2 of the other 5. Colorado is only going to play Kansas State from this group, and Arizona State's only going to play Kansas State from this group.
That's pretty interesting.
And so part of what this tells me is it's going to be the perception of those teams in the middle that are going to raise the bar or raise the estimation of the teams at the top, which again is where this SEC argument will come in. And I wonder how it will be Now, it'll obviously come at the expense of both the ACC and the Big 12, who are both going to be one-bid leagues, right? It's almost a foregone conclusion.
The last 2 weeks, they have really done themselves no favors.
No.
Their contenders have all lost to teams outside of the contenders list.
Yes.
Iowa State has lost 2 in a row to Texas Tech and Kansas. Thus, they are now out of the conference championship. I mean, they're not out of the race. They're going to need a lot of help. But if they could have gone undefeated, or had one loss going into the conference championship weekend, would have helped them out a lot. Now, I guess there's a world where Colorado beats BYU and both of them get in. It's going to be hard, though. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think BYU is going to get punished because I don't think that they're going to pass the smell test for the committee. That's my guess. ACC is certainly taking themselves out of.
Yep.
Clemson losing last weekend and then Miami losing this weekend. Totally, it's a one-bid league. No, there's no argument, I don't think, otherwise. Big Ten, I think they're locked into 4, barring Indiana, barring you being right or Indiana falling on their face versus Purdue. But I think Indiana is a lock. I think they're in. And then the SEC, I think it's going to be 4-4 and then 1-1, 1-1.
This is why I still hesitate on Indiana being a lock. Because if they go out in the only game against a quality team and get destroyed, if Ohio State just takes them back behind the woodshed,
yeah,
and they've got one loss, if there is one of these SEC teams with 2 losses that's out there with a much better resume and better wins on their schedule, and this obviously Notre Dame, because Notre Dame getting in will take away a bid from one of these leagues. That's the scenario. That's why I'm not yet sold that Indiana has locked their way into anything. Because if it does come down to them with 1 loss or one of these 6 SEC teams with 2 losses, but with much better wins and not a blowout loss, I think the SEC team gets in over Indiana. But again, without knowing who it is and who that team is. That's the only reason why I won't say Indiana's locked in yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, Notre Dame losing again would help Indiana's cause greatly.
Oh, Notre Dame loses, Indiana's in for sure.
Or these other SEC teams, taking a couple more losses.
Yeah, what are they rooting for? This weekend, they're rooting for Tennessee to beat Georgia.
Yes.
That would help them mightily. They're rooting for Texas to beat Texas A&M because then A&M would have 3 losses.
Yep.
Georgia would have 3 losses.
Yep.
And then honestly after
or
that,
anything that bad that happens to Notre Dame.
Sure. And then probably they would need upsets otherwise because Alabama doesn't play. They play Oklahoma and Auburn. I don't remember who Texas has before Texas A&M, but like you just root for upsets, but also root for Texas over Texas A&M and Tennessee over Georgia. But you're right. If Georgia beats Tennessee this weekend, man, they it's almost like they locked up another bid.
But really from their own standpoint, if they are competitive with Ohio State.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If they lose by a touchdown.
If they're competitive with Ohio State, that's going to help their cause. But, I'm
obviously beating them.
Yeah, they win.
But no, you're right. You present.
But then again, if they win outright, now you're dealing with a 2-loss Ohio State. And then you put Ohio State into the equation against one of these SEC teams.
Well, they'd have the Penn State win, and that would work for them. That would be good. Otherwise, who would their second best win be?
Exactly.
Iowa? Nebraska?
According to, gosh darn it, so much here. According to K Ford, right now,
who's their best win?
Their best win outside of Penn State is Iowa.
And what are they?
21 in K Ford.
So,
and then after that, it drops all the way down to dear old Nebraska U at 53. So Ohio State, they can't be playing around. They've got to win out.
Yeah.
To keep, and I know that sounds crazy. Well, Ohio State,
I think they'll be fine if they lose to Indiana. I think they'll be fine, but definitely have less margin for error.
They need to be the team of destiny.
Oh my gosh. Not again. Not again.
All right. We will return and have more next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. Tonight, my Dolphins take on John's Rams. You can play along with many different parts of this game anywhere in the state of Iowa, all within the Circus Sports Iowa app. One of the ways you can use the Circus Sports Iowa app to enhance your experience for tonight's game is the live in-game lines that update every single break. They really throw you into all the action of these games. The tight money line splits are another way. Right now, the Dolphins are plus 127 to beat the Rams. The points total is sitting at 49 and the spread 2.5. If you're into some props, get you covered there too. Think the Finns score more than 23.5 points? Minus 120. If you don't like that spread I just mentioned earlier, they have alternate spreads waiting for you too, and Raheem Mostert is plus 1,100 to be the player to score the first touchdown of the game. All of these things are just things that you can do with one game. Circa Sports Iowa is your hub, your companion, and your sports book for all things football. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Couple things of note. Wednesday night here on 1620 The Zone, Greg McDermott goes for the all-time winning record at Creighton with 327 wins. He is currently tied with Dana Altman. We'll have coverage here on The Zone starting at 6, tip-off at 8. Saturday is going to be an interesting day because you have Creighton basketball at night. The Huskers will be wrapping up their game at night because the game's at 3. We've got UNO Sports on our other stations. So, just a bug in the ear. Here's how it's going to work on Saturday. The Creighton game will be on 1019 The Keg, 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock tip.
Exclusively.
Big Red Overreaction will be here on 1620 The Zone only, starting whenever the game's over.
Yeah.
And then any extended post game that we do for the Jays will be after Big Red Overreaction, but that's still to be determined because we don't know what time.
And the Creighton game's at 6.
Creighton game is at 6.
And just going off of, when these games usually end, overreaction, you're probably looking at about a 6:30-ish start-ish, 15 minutes maybe on either side, and, going however long it lasts. So.
And, of course, we've got UNO hockey and UNO men's basketball on 1290 and 1180. So anyway, just keep that in mind for this weekend. Jays basketball will be Saturday only on 1019 The Keg. Big Red Overreaction will only be on 1620 The Zone.
That's the takeover. It just kind of continues of that radio station. I mean, might as well call it 1019 The Zone on Saturday, I think. That's what's going on. I think.
I'm just the director of video.
Interesting, Nick. Very, very interesting.
So you're just copping out now.
Very, very.
I'm just following orders.
Very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. Adam writes, the power of NU football. CU Hoops gets bounced for Big Red Overreaction. Still on the station it was going to be on.
Yeah, it's on the station that goes farther.
It's a great sounding station. That's good for the phone calls. Whoever made this decision, shout out to that person. Because the phones, they'll work. I mean, as well as these phones.
As well as they can.
As well as they can.
Yeah, we keep hearing about how these phones are never any good and they don't work.
Yeah, well, spot the line.
It's supposed to do that.
Oh,
it's supposed to do that. Yes.
Interesting.
It does those.
I always love the text that I get on this. Hey, I'm trying to call. It just rings forever. It's like, yeah, it does. But I promise that we're not trolling you. That's how it works.
It'll happen.
Now, when I saw this
Heard about
tweet today, this was before the news of the day.
Oh, is this about Destiny?
Oh, it was before the Michael video?
No.
Watch right now.
Which Michael video?
1620thezone.com/25.
Nice. Have you seen Michael's video? There's a new one.
I might add, released on Veterans Day. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for your service, Michael.
And to all of you, thank you for your service,
Yes,
those of
thank
you
you.
who have served. But Brandon Vogel of Counter Read wrote, as part of his column, at this point in the season, particularly for teams in the vast middle of an expanded Big Ten, some might say a mushy middle, winning should be mostly about coaching. Who navigates the inevitable injuries the best? Who has the best plan and adjustments? Pushes the right buttons? The bad news, on paper, Nebraska might not be a favorite in that matchup in any of its remaining games, at least according to one metric. The implication is Nebraska's in a coaching deficit.
Well, they've lost this year
to USC, Wisconsin, Iowa.
Yeah, so look at their losses this year. Illinois, I have to imagine that according to the Dave Bartu, the way he operates, that was a -1 coaching matchup. Ohio State obviously was not. Indiana was, and UCLA was. So in the aggregate, that means that they would be -2.
Yeah.
Because they have not won any games this year, which would put them in the +1 category. Well, no, they're -3, excuse me. They would not gain one for losing by a field goal versus Ohio State. So they're -3 on the year. That's interesting.
Yeah,
this would mark a +1 if you were able to win this one.
Yes. This would be a +1.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's no other chances to get a +1 because Wisconsin and Iowa recruited at a lesser level than Nebraska.
Yeah, and the Iowa game being on the road, I don't think that would give you the +1. That's interesting. Think they'll be dogs versus Wisconsin? In terms of Vegas, like I know what K-Ford has it at. I know that they have them as an underdog.
I would probably go with maybe Nebraska is a very skinny favorite, like
1.5 or something,
1 to 3 points.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
That'd be my guess at this moment.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see what they do with that one.
What does, let's see, we know what K Ford says. It's about a 40. Let's see, I think I've got the new K Ford. It wasn't a massive change this week. Just slight
43% chance.
43% chance against Wisconsin, 21 this week against USC, and 25 against Iowa on Black Friday. So 1 more percent chance of beating USC this week, 2 more percent chance of beating Iowa. But again, very slight change.
And so continuing to go back to really the topic du jour of today, and that is, does Dana Holgerson change any of those numbers? Inside of all of those numbers is not baked Dana Holgerson. What can he actually mean? What can he actually do? What can we expect to be different? What can we expect to change? What can we expect to evolve? You know, I know that for the next 4 days, we will continue to say, this is unprecedented. We have never seen anything like this. I know that all the beat writers who cover the team right now, they've probably been poring over old stories, coaching changes, trying to find anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet there is at least one program in the history of college football who has done this. There has to be. If this is truly unprecedented, wow. The sport's been around for 155 years.
Yeah.
This is year 155. If this has never happened before in 155 years.
I mean, I'm sure it's happened.
It has to have, right? There's so many teams, there's so many seasons, there's so many games. But either way, if it's happened, it probably hasn't happened more than a handful of times ever.
Mm-hmm.
And so you keep asking that question, like, what does it mean? How can it be different? And I don't know, what does a better offensive coordinator mean? Because the players are still the same.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, the quarterback might be different. So the players are going to mostly be the same. We see the wide receivers as blockers. Are they bad blockers because they don't like their OC? No. In my opinion, the answer to that question is no. They're bad blockers because they're bad blockers. I don't think that he's going to get more out of them. Now, do you call plays that don't rely on wide receiver blocking to that capacity? There you go. Now that's something different. But there's only so many things you can do. There's only so many plays you can call.
I mean, so you're going to run you're either going to bomb the ball or run the ball between the tackles. I mean, you got to have
Can't
some
do that.
of those things.
Can't do that very well.
By the way, according to College Football Insiders doing the matchup preview, Nebraska would be a projected 22.7 to Wisconsin's 20.3.
Wow, so a slight skinny home favorite.
Yeah.
Texas says he won't drastically change the playbook. He will, though, figure out what we're good at and who's good at what. And then he'll really focus in on that. He'll really simplify things the last 3 games and put the players in a better position to succeed. For example, no more screen passes to Vidoni. That's not his strength.
The question being, though,
what are the strengths?
Yeah, what are the strengths, and are 3 practices and some film study enough to properly identify those things?
Mm-hmm.
Because there has not been a spring of practice. There has not been a fall of practice.
I would definitely say,
and there hasn't been 9 games of a season to know where all these things are. He is walking in as fresh as a daisy.
Yeah. Identifying the weaknesses, easy. Identifying the strengths, way harder.
Hard.
Yeah. What are they? And can you execute them on a regular basis?
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting, man. This is like Sindelar. Was this more unprecedented than COVID? This might be. COVID happened. Pandemics once in 100 years. College football's been around for 155. If this has not happened, this would be a more unprecedented move than a pandemic.
Again, it had to have happened.
It has to have, right? I want to see that. I want to see who did it and how did it work. Because if it hasn't, wow.
Coming up next, what is the best story in college football? Why do the Cowboys need curtains? And Doug Peterson, Bill Callahan shaking hands emoji.
Oh, interesting.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick, you with your hideous Dolphins sweatshirt.
What do you mean hideous? This is an awesome sweatshirt.
It's hideous. It says Dolphins.
It's not hideous, John. Look at the colors. It's got the angry, pissed off dolphin, the old logo.
Oh, yeah. And he's wearing a helmet. Probably doesn't protect him from CTE.
Wow.
Nick, I have to gin up hate for the enemy. I've got to fight. We've got to win.
John, it's not an enemy. It's just you kicking a sick dog.
Wow, you're like Happer.
Yes.
I didn't know dolphins were dogs.
The dogs of the ocean, John. They are mammals.
That's what they call them.
Okay.
Over the weekend, Robert Griffin III posted on X, Deion Sanders in Colorado are the best story in college football. Now, why would he do this when both Indiana and Army are undefeated for the first time in forever?
Because RG3 is a little blinded by his friend and what he is doing. Listen, what Deion has done and turned Colorado around this season alone, yes, it's a good story, no doubt about it. But come on, Indiana's 10-0 for the first time ever. Army's undefeated this late in the season. You can't be this blind. Some part of this, I think, it's RG3 wish casting.
They're a pretty good story.
But it ain't Indiana or Army. It's not even close.
Maybe for him, he likes it as more of a story.
Of course he is. He's wish casting it into existence. Why? Everyone should believe it.
He thinks it's destined.
Yeah, maybe he thinks it's destiny. You seem to be out on Indiana, though.
I'm not out on Indiana.
And Army's probably going to lose to Notre Dame.
Wow, on Veterans Day, you're going to say that?
Yeah. Josh hating on the troops.
I think they're going to lose that game. You think they're going to beat Notre Dame, Nick?
I have no thoughts.
Did you see the 21-play, 90-some-odd yard drive?
I did because I had North Texas to cover those jerks.
It's wonderful. It was wonderful.
Jerks.
Go Army.
The sun shining at AT&T Stadium was once again a major story yesterday for the Dallas Cowboys. CeeDee Lamb said he lost the ball in the sun on a pass that could have scored the only Cowboys touchdown, and after the game was asked if he's in favor of curtains. Yes, 1,000%. Meanwhile, Jared Jones was asked about putting up curtains, and he said, well, let's just tear the damn stadium down and build another one. You kidding me? Josh, I'm sure I know you're handling this very well.
Yep, I'm in a great mood
How
today.
would you ask him a question? He was starting to simmer down. Now he's going to get pissed again.
Yeah, thank you, Nick.
Destiny.
Yeah,
Boo.
This is garbage. Absolute garbage. He
I
is
was
such an idiot.
I was not aware of any of this last night. I just knew that they had
should have
lost.
just not ever turned on the TV last night. Should
And
have just gone home and
I
gone
got
to
home
sleep.
and I was watching the Lions game, and Christian and his friend were there. I'm just looking at the stats because I was curious, how bad it was.
Bad. It was
And
the,
I was
the
like,
answer bad.
How does CeeDee Lamb catch 4 passes, and I think it was like 21 yards?
Because Cooper Rush was the
And I
quarterback.
said, don't they realize he's a downfield receiver?
He can't throw the ball downfield.
And then I realized what the problem was. They were trying to get him the ball downfield, but everyone was blinded by the light.
Nice.
Wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night.
Man, the way you talk, John, makes me really want the Rams to fail. So
I wasn't talking. I was singing.
Well, the way you sing,
Blinded by the light.
man, it'd be a real shame if one of your players broke their legs tonight.
Jeez.
I said it'd be a shame.
Jeez.
I
Wow,
said it would-
after everything that my receivers have been through this year.
Thank you for
This
helping
much-
the Dolphins, Josh.
This much I know.
I don't have powers.
The Rams won't be blinded by the light.
Yeah, but there could be a lightning delay because that stupid stadium that's a dome isn't actually a dome. Be a real shame if there was a lightning delay tonight and kept you up past your bedtime.
The question was asked.
It never rains in
Go Dolphins.
Southern California.
Go Dolphins.
Will the Bears move on from Caleb Williams? Coach Matt Eberflus said, Caleb is our starter. But isn't the Bears question larger than that?
Yeah, the question is, should Matt Eberflus not be the coach anymore?
Yeah, this is a serious
Should
question.
Shane Walter not be calling the plays anymore?
Yeah. I mean, Caleb Williams has been pretty bad this year. He's really, really struggled. 9 total touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He has 5 games with 0 touchdown passes, including each of his last 3. Yesterday's loss, certainly the worst that they have had this year because they've lost to playoff adjacent or playoff teams outside of the Colts until they lose to the Patriots. But yeah, the question is not Caleb Williams. It's why did you bring back Eberflus? That's the ultimate question. Why did they do this again? So dumb.
Because they're the Bears.
So predictable. Also, I would like to apologize to Mike Farron. Last week I said the Bears might be good. He was right. He was right.
Now he's not here to defend himself.
He would agree with me.
Or come after you.
He would say, thank you, Josh.
Doug Peterson's time in Jacksonville is probably coming to an end. Check out this exchange after yesterday's loss to Minnesota.
What was the play? What was supposed to happen on the final Mac interception if he didn't get hit and throw the pick?
Yeah, I'm not going to go through the details of the play because you guys wouldn't figure it out, but we'll look at the tape tomorrow and we'll make those corrections.
Is this better or worse than Bill Callahan saying something was too technical for the Husker media?
I'd say worse because this isn't like at least the Callahan thing had some like humor to it. That's too technical for you. This is a guy that is certainly at the end times. His time is running very, very short in Jacksonville. To be that big of a, I don't even know if I can say the word, but it rhymes with brick.
Yeah.
To be that way to that question, like, dude, like it's okay to answer it. I talk
All
about
you have
another
to do
guy.
is say it was supposed to go to this guy, or it
Yeah.
might be a read here.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Andrew, LOL felt the pettiness through my phone. Seriously.
Yeah, he was being very, very petty. Man, you talk about a guy who looked like he was on the fast track to big time success after they won the Super Bowl in Philadelphia, and then it all came apart.
Yep. And then you thought, oh, maybe it's that organization does run coaches out of town. Maybe just needed a fresh start. They go to the playoffs. They had the great comeback win. And last year, I believe at one point they were 8-3. And look at their record since they were 8-3 last year.
Former NFL coach and Wisconsin assistant Jack Del Rio was arrested Friday for driving under the influence when the car he was in hit a street sign and broke a fence. According to Madison police, he showed signs of impairment. Party town Madison, Wisconsin strikes again, right?
Apparently, Del Rio is now resigned.
Yes.
From his position.
So I had no idea that he was at Wisconsin.
I didn't either. When I saw this, I had to double check and say, is this a different Jack Del Rio?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the Jack Del Rio. Hard times in Madison this week and this season.
Yeah. And Nebraska better not lose to them.
But if they do, we all know who to blame. Dana Holgers.
Did you see Dale Jarrett?
Dale Jarrett.
Did you see Dale Jarrett yesterday?
Now I'm going to end this with one last thing. You heard Christopher Bell say, race got fixed. Got fixed. We have another component in NASCAR, as in every other sport now, guys, and it's called gambling. A lot of people put a lot of money out there, and this is point shaving at its best, and you have to protect the integrity of this sport.
Wow. How big of a concern is this? You
Well,
should
this-
drive the UPS car.
Yeah, this all
I was
goes-
wondering why you were freaking out so much about Dale Jarrett.
This
Brown
all,
88.
This, yeah, he liked the brown car.
Apparently.
But this goes back to the controversy of last week where you had drivers intentionally sandbagging on the apparent orders of their manufacturer to help their teammate, their manufacturer teammate, make the playoffs last week. And it's true. I mean, that is manipulating the finish of a race. If you had money on somebody to finish in a certain spot, not that people necessarily vote, but it can impact. So this is an issue that NASCAR definitely has to deal with. And it's just the weird nature where you're a driver, you're by yourself, you're doing your own thing, but then you've got your ownership teammates. But then you have, if you're a Chevy driver, you're aligned with all the other Chevy teams.
Yeah.
And if you're a Ford driver, you're not aligned with all the other Ford teams. And so there's like different layers to this issue that are causing all of this. It's very weird.
Part of the reason I like Formula One, there's only 2 cars per
That can ever win?
team. Yes. That can ever win.
That can never pass.
My bad. Thank you, John.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Florida's FBS, FCS, NFL teams are a combined 0-11 on this weekend. According to Tim Reynolds, this has never happened before. Will my Dolphins change the fortunes of an entire state tonight?
Well, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Tyreek Hill is going to play. He told Lisa Salters he has a torn ligament in his wrist.
Oh,
but
good.
he's playing through it, Nick.
Oh.
He's playing through it.
Wow, they should just call these the tough guys. They play through all the injuries. Brain about to explode, play through it. Wrist about to explode, play through it.
Tyreek playing through an injury reminds me of the Titans game last season where he was hurt, but then he would come in every few plays, and when he came in, you knew that it was going to go to him, so then he was covered by 3 guys, and he was hurt.
So probably the Rams will win then.
Well, they better. I'm going to be pissed off if they're not.
We know you're going to be pissed off anyway, John.
Yeah, you're just in a mood today.
Yeah.
Like
no,
Josh.
I was already pissed off. I wasn't pissed off today.
Oh, you were already
He
pissed
wasn't
off.
pissed off.
Interesting, John. Oh my gosh, he admitted it.
Finally, Popeyes is coming to Nova Scotia. Are the odds better, same, or worse that the service there will be as putrid as the Popeyes service in America, or will this be the Popeyes of destiny?
That doesn't make any sense. You're reaching with that one, Nick.
You know what the difference is? In Canada.
Oh, sorry.
In Canada, when they ignore you at Popeyes, at least they say sorry, and then they close the window and they make you wait in the drive-thru for 25 minutes.
And what do they do here?
Oh, they just slam
They
the window.
give you delicious food.
They just ignore
Spit
you
in your
entirely.
face, don't forget that.
Yeah. So at least they're polite about it in Canada, but you still don't get served on time. So good luck. I would start lining up right now at that Nova Scotia location. You might get your food by sometime next century.
How big do you think the chickens in Canada are?
I mean, can they be any smaller than the ones they serve at Popeyes?
Glorious sized chicken here. I love Popeyes.
Tiny little baby chickens.
I haven't had Popeyes
They
in a
call
while.
it the veal of chickens. They're just tiny little baby.
They don't call it that at all, you liar.
Popeyes chickens are so small. How small are they? They're so small, they just serve you eggs.
Wow. Nick, I'm going to go to talk to our boss about you tomorrow.
Eggs really are just the veal of chicken, aren't
I think
they?
it's time to make some changes.
Changes?
It's time to make some changes.
Now, so after all of this is what put it over the top, was insulting Popeyes. And you say you're not a cult.
Not a cult, John. We're very normal. I haven't had Popeyes in months. I miss it. I miss it so.
Well, you haven't had it in months because you're still waiting for it.
Good Lord.
It's a fun bit.
It's not that good. It's not that good, Nick.
Good. Well, speaking of that, we know what's not for dinner. Popeyes.
Nice.
Because you'll die before you get it. But what's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Had some delicious fried chicken and macaroni and cheese when I got home last night from the game. The wife made fried chicken and homemade macaroni and cheese, and it really hit the spot.
That sounds awesome.
I tried a Costco pizza for the first time yesterday.
How was it?
It was fine.
I like Costco pizza. We had pizza last night. We had Casey's.
Ooh.
Tonight, burrito bowls.
Nice. I'm on my own tonight.
Oh, thighs and fries?
Close. A sandwich.
There you go.
If I'm on my
Brats
own, I
and
like
a baked
sandwich.
potato?
Sandwich.
John?
And Lay's.
I actually lowered myself to Taco Bell the other night.
You mean you got to experience the joy of Taco Bell the other night?
No wonder you were in a bad mood today.
Strangely, I had to spend a couple more hours in the bathroom than normal.
Couple more hours.
They do have the they're
You're in
doing the
there for
whole
hours.
they're doing the whole back in time.
Gotta
menu.
get back in time.
Or I don't know what they call it, decades or something like that.
Decades menu.
And the one box that they had was very good. 3 items plus the chips and the cheese.
Are you complimenting Taco Bell?
It was cheap.
It's because
it was cheap.
It's cheap and it's
cheap.
delicious.
Was it delicious?
Thank you for coming around, John.
It was. I mean, it's good.
Oh, interesting.
Wade says Josh eats burrito bowls like every other night. Not every other night, but I do have them often. It's just so good.
Burrito bowls are fine.
It's good for running too. Jordan says Josh had gas for dinner. Wow, what kind of dad joke is that, Jordan? No, I had pizza from Casey's. Very normal. Breakfast pizza.
I
love breakfast.
Many people have breakfast or pizza
some
from
people
Casey's.
describe things as, if they're good, they describe them as being gas. So maybe that's what he was saying.
Interesting.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
Sad Husker fan writes, Taco Bell tastes awful.
You're a sad
No, it doesn't.
person.
It doesn't taste awful.
Got him.
It doesn't taste awful.
No, it's delicious. Thank you, Taco Bell, for
The Doritos
existing.
Locos Taco is my favorite.
One of the best things ever made. You know what you should do? Get a cheesy gordita crunch, but then put the Dorito taco in the cheesy gordita crunch. Game changer.
I'll try that next time I feel like I need to evacuate my bowels. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Go Dolphins.
Go